What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. Michael Bergekin at Sugnum. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone, the final day of 2024. All right. Let's get this out of the way. So, yesterday we dove into some Helmod bugs, advanced fluid handling bugs. Sadness about pipe visualizer. We had a lot of sadness yesterday in our Zen garden, which is unfortunate, but it's okay. So today we are going to work on this big plan that we have for tar processing, and I mean in some ways it's tar creation and processing. And we're going to get a lot of goodies out of this, but we're going to have to mine basically 4 belts of raw coal, which is not an insignificant amount. Gosh, that's so much raw coal. Until we can use, you know, fluid fuels to make steam, which is still a ways away. Yes, the tarring. The tarring begins. Alright, let me make sure I have all my windows open. Do we have all the right windows open? I feel like I'm missing something. We've got YouTube chat, we've got Twitch chat. I think we're doing okay. All right, what I do want to do is automate copper text plates for a reason. Are the large ones 2x2? What? I don't actually know. They are. Okay. Perfect. Alright, so we'll automate those. We'll put those in a chest. They stack to 100, so I'll probably only need like 1 stack at a time. Iron Ghost. Name in game redemption. Easy. Let's get you going over by maybe over here. You know what I need is I need a second type of tile so I can overlay one tile on another. We're not gonna have that yet. So for now, what does a stone text plate look like? I have no idea. Is that gonna... I don't know what that's gonna look like. It's not very visible. Alright, I'll just do the classic for now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is way easier with bots. I have bots. What am I talking about? Ah. All right. Ron. G. G's are always weird. Can't remember what we settled with for G. That. Maybe it's that. I wonder if a lowercase g would work. Kinda looks like a G. It kinda looks like a 9. I think that is probably the best one. G host. Sounds like they're doing Morse code. I know we've said that before, but that really sounded like Morse code. Boom. All right. Which is relevant, this activity, to what those text plates are for. But we'll get to that once we start recording. Also, our iron patch is like disappearing somehow, despite being a million large. That's kind of weird. So we're gonna have to... What's it? This one is the one that's supplementing all of them? Yeah, this one is now no longer full either. Oh, goodness. I cannot wait for electric miners. I'm completely out of stone. Let me grab that. My volume's a little low here. Okay. Stone. Yes, exactly, Sviplet. That is accurate. That is accurate. I should probably move myself all the way into the corner, right? I feel like I was over here to get out of the way of some drop-down menus, though. Like the... what do you call that? You know, the tooltip on the side of the screen. But now that I don't have any pins like I did in Space Age, I feel like it might not be as big of a deal. But maybe I'll stay here. I don't know. What's up, J7? Welcome, welcome. Might as well get rid of all these guys, since they're not doing nothing no more. Deadbeat miners. Alright. Might as well get the whole patch covered. Like so. And then we'll just have to do one more row at some point. Right now we're just kind of derping around, getting ready to start recording. I should trash those. I also have a submachine gun now. Can ditch the pistol. What else can we ditch? Single pack. Most of the stuff we need for our tar build. Need to extend the belt to pick up ash on one of the miners. Probably true. Yes, thank you. Good call, good call. Alright, so now I think I'm ready to start recording. And not centered again somehow. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to our pYanodon's playthrough, Season 3. We're having a good time so far. In our last episode, we got some Helmut stuff figured out, a few bugs figured out. I did report all of those. And after the episode was over, we played a little bit longer, and I put together this build in Helmut, which is so this is a sub block that is here in order to make tar, and it's an input based one. So it's like we type in how much raw coal we wanted, and then that gives us tar, and then basically I calculated backwards. So this is a trick that I use in Helmut. You can use it in Factory Planner and all sorts of other things. You start out with like, okay, what's a full belt of raw coal do? And then it uses that to make these things, and then we use that coal to make more coal gas and tar and coke. And then we also use the coal gas to make syngas, which is another big source of tar. So what happens here is you get all of the tar possible from 15 raw coal. We could process the coke as well, but that's such a small amount of tar that I don't think it's quite worth it. We'd rather have the coke. So then what you can do to get this to a number that you want it to be, basically you're picking the output number even though you're doing an input based build, is you just do math, right? And so we know we have 132.3 if we have 15 input. So what we do is we divide by 132.3, and that would bring us down to 1 tar per second, and then we multiply by 100 to get 100 tar per second. Boom, 100 tar per second done, and it gives you the exact amount of input you need to make that happen. And then it also, you know, gets all the factories to the right numbers and stuff. So this will be our tar production line and syngas production line. Basically, that's the same line right now. And then what we'll do is with that tar, we will have all sorts of goodies. One thing I might do, because 2 different things need water here, what I might do is just a water source. If it goes there, will that work? Because this whole thing is a product input. I wonder if I can I? How do I get this just right? Because we need to make the right amount of steam is the problem. That's required in all of the following steps. And it's hard to get that right. How do we do this? Yeah, math is the solution to all of Factorio's problems. How do we do this? Because basically we're input based, but then we also want to add a calculation to produce one of the other inputs that we need. And I'm also not sure, I think we need a reset here. Yeah, now it'll use up all the tar. That's what we wanted. And basically we need something that then produces 270 steam from raw coal. So how do we do that? Do we make a new block? Do we make it a producer block? Is that what producer blocks are for, maybe? Oh, well, we definitely need to link it one way or another. Basically, I want this to see that we need 250 steam, and to make that happen. I don't know if that's possible. Obviously, I can type in 250 here. Or 270, sorry, 270. I'm not a fan of Factory Planner. Sue me. I am curious, what is this about? Oh, it's just the 1 recipe per second thing again. That's what that is. This normally the issue here is that I don't think it has anything to do with Steam, Lodro. I think this is just that I'm trying to produce one of the other inputs in an input-based thing in the middle of the block. And I don't know if that's possible. Like, for example, that would be like me trying to say, because here we set the input of 15 iron ore, and then it's telling me I will need 1.25 raw coal as well. So this would be like me trying to figure out how many miners I need to create that raw coal. And that's like, it doesn't work, I don't think, anywhere. Oh, there it is. So a producer block underneath it seems to do the right number. Haha. So that's what producer block is for. So then what that means is, theoretically, if we have our boilers underneath, like these, I make it a block, and I tell you to be a producer block. No! Why did that not work? The other one worked. Maybe that one is about temperature not working correctly. Oh, I didn't link it. That didn't fix it either. Feel like there is a way to do this somehow. It is possible the steam temperature is the problem, though I didn't have issues with the temperature not linking within one block. So because yeah, that seemed to be how it worked over here. Let's what would be another, let's just double check that that's actually how it works, and then we can kind of confirm the steam temperature is a problem. So like, let's say we were making steam engines, ingredient input, and we wanted to figure out how many steam engines can I make with 15 pipes, and then that tells us we're going to need 30 iron plates. I want to make a block to make those iron plates that we need for the ingredient input. So then maybe we do this guy out of iron oxide, we put it underneath, we make it its own block, we link it, and we change it to producer block, and that did work. So that seems to be working properly. If you put a producer block underneath the ingredient input, it backfills what you needed for the input, which is super handy. This is something you used to not be able to do in Hellmod. So cheers to Hellfema for adding that in, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to be working with this steam idea here, because this is a block that should be making steam in the exact same way, but it doesn't seem to be properly connecting the steam product to this. So I will write down the timestamp to 2340 about, add to my reports, because it seems like the function is working properly and this is a steam temperature problem, which is interesting because the steam temperature problem doesn't exist with, like, if we just want to do, I don't know, some tar cracking recipe. I guess that's in petroleum handling? No. Where's the recipe? All the recipes that make... I guess it's an ingredient of tar. My bad. Yeah, like this one. So, like, let's say we were doing that. By the way, what is this? I just saw this for the first time. Rich clay from tar, steam, and raw coal. This is, like, absurdly expensive. Why would you ever use this? I guess because you want some carbolic oil, but you get carbolic oil from doing that other one. We get carbolic oil from this block. So I don't really know why you do it the other. I guess maybe it makes more carbolic oil per tar. I don't know. No, because this is 100 tar making 10 carbolic oil, and this is 100 tar making 15 carbolic oil, plus all sorts of other amazing things that you want. And it's also 100 steam. So yeah, I can't really... I guess if... I don't know why you would use this. Maybe for rich clay, but there are other ways to get rich clay as well that I feel like are cheaper. Anyway, the whole point I'm getting at here is if we're doing the normal mode where we're setting the output, you know, I want 70 coal gas, this meets the need for that, and we need to meet the need for boiler steam. Like, that does work. It does link properly. I guess the question is, does it link between blocks properly? And it seems like it does. So that's confusing, because it seems to be catching that this steam is the thing that we need here. So it is noticing that these are the same temperature. So then it really doesn't make sense why it's not linking the producer block idea. Given that it seems to work in a sub-block. Interesting. Okay, well, we're gonna move on. I am needing to have those boilers though, so we'll just manually type it in. But yes. Anyway, we need to actually add the boiler recipe. Still feel like there's a way to do this, but maybe I'm being too hopeful. Just, it feels like it should magically work, but it's not, sadly. Does it need to be at the very bottom, maybe? No, that didn't fix it either. Alright, fine. We'll just type 270. Ooh. Oh, wait, that was shift-clicked. Does that have something to do with that? Yeah, it's like not even showing up over here as 0, which is interesting. It's also weird that you can manually type something there, and then when you switch it, it leaves the little star on the icon, but then you can't remove the little star on the icon. Huh. Anyway, we want 270 as the output. Input is raw coal. Nope, I don't change that there. I change that here. Raw coal. And then we have to unlink it. Yeah, that should have worked in producer mode, so that would be the normal way to do it, but this is fine. We get all the numbers we want. Here are the final outputs. Look at all that deliciousness we get. So I think first I want to build... It's also weird the icons are missing from these. The water to steam recipe seems to be missing the steam icon, is what it would be showing, I guess. Is there a way to set the icon to be what you want? I feel like there is, and I don't remember how to do it. do that? I don't think it's in here. I swear there was a way to set the icon. Maybe not. Anyway, I already crafted all these things. You can hit the summary button here and see all the buildings, and we already crafted all of it. So we're ready to build. I swear you could set the icon, but maybe not. Maybe not. I don't think it's any of these. Bug report. Oh, look at that. Okay, yeah, I don't see a way to do it. Add technology. Oh, I forgot. You can add techs to, like, get their research cost. Okay, well, anyway, it is at 3050 is the bug for icons. So yeah, the icons just aren't showing up is the bug. Water to steam for some reason doesn't have an icon, even though it kind of does in the game. You know, when you add the recipe for steam, like that should be the icon that shows up, I think. So, all right, so yeah, the end goal here is to build this first. No, that's what we're doing. The end goal is just to get all of this stuff, which is mainly aromatics for zinc, creosote for a couple various things. The main one is treated wood needs creosote, and I think there's one other use for creosote that we have that we need for circuits. What is it? It's for treated wood, and I guess that's it for now. If we want to make the limestone tiles, we'll use it for that as well. And then to make a lot of coke, which is used just in a lot of various stuff, we need it for carbon dioxide, we need it for making graphite, we need it for making acetylene, which is for mining lead. Or no, it's for mining titanium. Maybe it's for mining both. And it's for syngas, which we're going to use as a fluid fuel and for other various purposes. So all of this stuff is necessary, and the gasoline will also be great as a fluid fuel. So, but it's mainly for aromatics, I guess, technically. And coke. Can pitch do something else? Am I forgetting? I know there's a stone brick recipe with pitch. We need it for asphalt. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I feel like there was a different product that came out of this last time. Was it this anthracene thing? Wait, we can also make straight gasoline from anthracene? Gosh, that feels like it's new as well, but we need the ionic upgrader. We need equal parts anthracene and hydrogen. This feels better though, because we get coke out of it. Yeah, I don't get that. Yeah, I guess the other main use for anthracene was the carbon black later, but we are not at trains yet. No. We are very far from trains. So I guess the first thing we need to do is bring all the belts of raw coal. So I guess we do need a lot more burner mining drills. So let's craft all those. I don't even know how many. But a lot. And more stone. Oh no, my inventory. Let's upgrade. Let's actually do 2 more. We'll just use our science on that now that science is fully automated. And I also have some text plates here, which I'll explain in a minute. Let me clean up the inventory a smidge. It already is pretty clean, actually. I mean, I don't need... I guess we can have the useful building dump chest, because I don't need those 3 right now. So they are just taking up slots. I don't need a tailings pond. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna need 4 belts of coal, roughly. 55, yeah. It's not even 3.5, it's a full 4 belts. Which is gonna be this many. I need 40 drills. And we have 29. Okay, so that'll be 40. And we'll go up to that raw coal. Yeah, aromatics are for zinc. And then we'll bring the belts down and over. And we'll probably do this area hereabouts. So we'll clear all this out. The bots are not going to be happy that my inventory's full already. So we'll have to clear out some more stuff. I don't really need all of these right now. What are they doing? They're going farthest away first? They're not smart like the new bots. Oh gosh, and they're pathing through the forest. It's a little bit of a train wreck. I need grenades. There are dinosaurs in Pi. Muzarek, I'm glad you've been enjoying the pYanodon's for Christmas. It's not possible to speedrun Pi, you say, Sviplet? That's not quite true. Simon did it. 250 or 260 hours, something like that. And remember, we're allowed to do this now because we, Can I craft more construction bots? No, we need circuits. We're allowed to do this now because of having automated wood. So this isn't really getting me anything that I need. I guess I can help out. Yeah, I really don't like how far they go. I actually think they go far enough that it's more of a downside than an upside, to be honest. I actually wish their range was smaller. 260 hours is not speed. I mean, it is when it's, you know, 4 times faster than most people finish a game. A speedrun's a speedrun. You know, there are lots of speedruns of games that are well over 100 hours. Why should Factorio be any different? Okay, am I really taking out this whole forest? I don't think so. We'll just probably stop about there. Yeah, Nephrum's is getting space age down to 10 hours, I'm imagining. I think we'll come over and down. So that means we're gonna have 4 belts that we're gonna need to delete trees for. We'll let the bots handle all of that. No! Ah. Just built an extra line. I thought I'd be fine running up and clicking the button, but then I ran into a tree and it moved me sideways, and then we built it in the wrong spot. Alright, so something like this. We are going to collect the ash locally until we have electric miners, which might be a bad idea, but it's what I'm doing. So, sue me. Sue me. Alright, but please don't. Oh, the text plates. We'll deal with that in a minute. So, one thing I do want to do in this series is I want to involve the name randomizer a bit better. It's a Patreon perk that I have, and I I always talk about it and then I never actually do it, and it works great for stuff like train stop names or you know, there's a few other spots where it makes a lot of sense to use, but I just feel like I need to use it in more than just train stops. First of all, because we're not going to see trains for 100 hours. And second of all, just because it feels like it's not quite enough opportunities. So I'm going to have a little Patreon garden, or I don't know what exactly to call it, but something like that. What are they bots doing? They're going so far away once they get locked into an idea. Look at this. This is not good. Maybe if I turn them off, they'll all come home after their next order and we can kind of reset them. What are they even? Where are they? Oh my gosh. Come home, dudes. Okay, there's 2. There's 3. There they are. They're getting stuck in the forest. They're unionizing. I hope not. Oh my goodness. Okay, well there's 7 of my 10. 9. Oh gosh. This is a mess. This is a mess. I wish I had nanobots. Though, if I was doing this with nanobots, it would probably still take longer, despite all this chaos. Because nanobots are pretty slow until you get a couple of the upgrades for their firing speed. But yeah, I'm just gonna stand here and let them do their thing for a minute. But yeah, basically I'm gonna make a Patreon garden where we'll put name randomizers every episode or 2, and then that way the names can show up in more places than just train stops and stuff like that. And yeah, I don't like to plug my stuff constantly. I'm not that kind of content creator. Like, if I'm just always like and subscribe, you know, that's not my jam. It is true that it's helpful. Like, I won't lie. There's a reason that content creators say that. But I never want to be a pushy person. Like, I don't want to push my viewers to do something they wouldn't already want to do. So if anything, the only reason I would bring it up is just as a reminder that it exists. Because sometimes, you know, we forget about things. But like a call to action, it's like, well, I don't want to tell people to subscribe to me if they don't want to subscribe to me. And if they want to subscribe to me, they probably already have subscribed to me. So what is me saying like and subscribe actually going to do other than pressure people who weren't already going to do it? So for me, it's mostly just a reminder thing of like, hey, these things exist. If you're interested, check them out. You know, like with the Patreon, I am a full-time content creator. That is the best way to support me. And there are some perks like getting your name in the credits and the Zen Garden that we're going to create in this run and some other things. And, you know, it's mostly for support though. If you feel like, you know, you're appreciating the content that I make and you want to support me financially, that's great. If you, and some people don't, if you don't have the money to do it, then don't do it, right? Like, there's zero pressure. I'm just some guy on the internet, right? Like, I don't know. I think the pressure that some people put on these things is very unhelpful. But I do really appreciate all of my patrons, and it really does help financially. Being a full-time content creator, the Patreon is one of the things that helps put food on the table. So if you're interested, you can go check it out, patreon.com/Krydax. The other way, there are a couple other ways to support, which is like, you know, Twitch subs is certainly a thing as well. And you do get, now this is one that some of you might not know, so I will say it. If you subscribe to Amazon Prime, you have an Amazon Prime Twitch sub, 1 per month for free, that you don't have to pay for. And so you should give somebody that sub. If not me, then somebody. Go give that sub to somebody, because it doesn't cost you anything, it costs Amazon something. So you're not having to pay any extra, and you can give somebody a couple bucks. So definitely give somebody your Twitch Prime sub. Doesn't have to be me, but you know, stick it to the man a little bit by giving out your Prime sub. Imagine if everybody, this is a crazy thought. What is happening here? Couldn't take out that tree? Like, imagine if everybody who subscribed to Amazon Prime who doesn't know anything about Twitch, which is probably most people who subscribe to Amazon Prime, imagine if they all gave out their Twitch subs on the same day. The Amazon financials would be like in total shambles. Oh, we ran out of belts. It would be in total shambles. Okay, so anyway, we need a lot more belts, and then we will continue this nonsense. And yes, J7 will get your name in game as well. The Patreon Zen Garden will be a separate location than the Twitch name in game redemptions. The Twitch name in game redemptions I usually do in some sort of tile, and that goes in the base, generally in a random spot. Sometimes I allow requests, sometimes I just put it wherever, kind of depends. Sometimes I'll make them in things other than belts, but wow, we have a lot of coke already. I forget, is that a problem that coke is backed up? I don't think it is down here. It is a problem if the other one backs up too, and we're not needing steel, because then we won't get coal gas for aluminum. So I just have to keep track of that. We'll be changing all that soon. What I need right now is belts. What I need right now is belts. All the belts. Do I need anything else? I need to get rid of all this wood. And then I think we're good after that. Also, I have a 37 boiler. Okay. I didn't remember if we needed 38. I want an even number of boilers, whatever it is that I do. Also, this is not going to be enough inserters. I already know that. Let me grab more before we forget. This is going to be nowhere near enough inserters. Let that go to one more slot. All right, sweet. That's 10 more inventory slots that we just researched. That feels good. Let's do a couple movement speeds as well. Get going a little bit faster. Because yeah, movement speed is one of those things that you never are really notice. I mean, you sometimes notice. I shouldn't say that. You definitely notice sometimes that you're walking slow or whatever, especially when you go off of a tile. I feel like that's when you really notice. But it really adds up over the course of hundreds of hours, right? 5% movement speed is not really enough to be felt unless you're like, you're running for a long time and you watch as the research finishes, you might notice it. But if you imagine that it saves you half a second here, and then half a second there, and then a whole second somewhere else, and then, you know, it's like all of those are going to add up to multiple minutes worth of time save over the course of your playthrough. It's one of those fun, I love little bonuses like that, especially when there's lots of types of them in a game, because then they start to add up and you actually feel like they matter. Ah, crap. We didn't copy our mining for coal, and now I can't see it because we don't have radar yet. Do I run back or do I remake it? I think we can remake it pretty easy. Yeah, exoskeletons, you notice the difference, of course, because they're like 30% apiece, so you often have more than 100% movement speed. So that you definitely notice. No, this is nowhere near what the build was, right? Actually, no, it is kind of close, because I think it was like this. And then it's grabbing from its own. I already forgot what I set up. Is that what we set up? Ugh, I'm gonna run back over. At least we have a highway. Go a little faster. Though I bet we're gonna go faster if we do diagonal. Get that hypotenuse going, baby. I am curious what's faster. The extra belt speed or the hypotenuse. Hypotenuse gets you going about, what is it, like 30% faster or something? Roughly. Because you only have to go 1.4 units instead of 2 units. And then you divide that. What actually is the... You guys know I like math. So it'd be square root of 2 divided by 2. If I can find the square root button. There's no square root button. Okay, so we just do 2 to the power of 0.5, divide by 2. So it's that, but that's the amount of time it takes you, so the bonus speed would be that to the -1 power. So it's 40... Oh! That actually makes a lot of sense. The speed bonus you get from taking the hypotenuse is the square root of 2 as a percentage. So 40% faster. So the question is, does a transport belt make you walk 40% faster or not? If it's more than 40%, it would be faster to take the corner on the belts. Hey, Aries, thanks for the follow. Okay, so what did I do here? Oh, that is exactly what I did. Okay, well, now I feel stupid because we just wasted our time. For some reason, I thought we had done something different, but we did not. So, plop that in there for now. And back we go. This is pYanodon's. This is the Zen Garden. We just gotta enjoy the journey. We're not here to get things done. We're here to have fun. And be on the journey together. And the water... Where are we gonna get the water for over here? I'll probably... Feels like it's about equidistant. I'll probably come from the starting pond. No! I didn't mean to do that. Cancel. Just trying to get the trees away from it. So something's weird. Something weird is going on. You guys might be noticing this. I don't know if you can. But when I'm running diagonal, the screen is not moving diagonally. It's like jittering horizontally and vertically. I don't know if you guys can notice that on Twitch or not, but something weird is happening when I run diagonal. I don't know what's up with that. Has that always been a thing in Factorio? Is it just at this exact movement speed that it's a weird thing? I don't know. Anyway, someone had suggested in a comment, because remember the issue with this build is that it's going to give me slightly less than one full belt, because this one is going to take an extra coal once in a while. So what someone recommended is we just flip the last one. And then this one should always be topping up the belt. And I think that's a good idea. So... I mean, really, if anything, the only one that needs to be different is the first one. And the rest can be the normal way. So maybe we should just do it. No, we'll just flip the last one. Can I make pumps yet? Yeah, you get pumps pretty early nowadays in Pi. Okay, so I need... Gosh, this is a nice and big coal patch. I'm sure we'll put electric miners on it someday. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that'll be 4 belts of raw coal right there. And the thing that we need to do, what I didn't do was make 1,000,000 chests, which is what we're gonna need for all the ash. Because this is gonna make a lot of ash. Like a lot. Someday? How far are they? Electric miners come not when you get circuits, but they come after that. They come when you get Pi 1 science, I think. Yeah. So we need pi1 science, which is not that far after circuits, but it does require a whole Vrouk setup and everything, so it's still pretty far. Don't think about electric miners. we don't talk about electric miners. And actually, because of the way that we were tiling these, we had one tile of overlap already, so I can safely space these like this. So this actually works out okay. So that should make, and I'll just super force build over all of the ones on the end. That should make this work out just fine. No, we also won't get sheds or warehouses for a long time. Warehouses don't come until pi1 packs as well. And they're very nice, but we will not have them for a long time. What I will have is as soon as we get steel chests. Wait, why do I not? Hold on. Something wrong? Oh, they're just in a different spot. It's extremely expensive because I do not have a good steel recipe yet, but I can merge steel chests because I have the merging chests mod, and that allows me to make bigger chests if I need it for like inserter shenanigans. They're not great for storage right now because you would need a huge block of them. I have a multiplier set for the merged chests that's like only a quarter of the sum. And the reason is because you actually want fewer storage slots for UPS concerns. For like train stops, you don't need a ton of slots in most of your train stops. So if you're using the giant warehouses that have, you know, 2,000 slots or whatever, you're actually going to end up lagging your game far more than you need to if you're only using 100 slots or less most of the time anyway. So merged chests is like a great mod because you can make large size in terms of their footprint deposit chest warehouse things, or you can even have rectangular ones, which are nice for train stops, but they don't have a ton of slots, and you can modify that as desired. So that's what we're doing for train stops, but again, that'll be a long time in the future. All right, let's get these all started. Yeah, Scrub Zone, Bob's Inserters is also one of my favorites. I really enjoy being able to play with the inserter drop-offs and stuff. I feel like it adds more to the game. A lot of people argue it makes the game, you know, worse, not better, but I like it. All right, so then what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to combine each of these into a belt. So let me copy that. Now, how much are we talking for ash? 6.667. All right, so that means, oops, I have to do that again. So per hour, we're doing 24 stacks an hour. We're also gonna need how many inserters to deal with that? That's about 10 inserters. 24 stacks an hour. So each of these is about an hour of filling. So what's that? That is 30. These are a little more than an hour though, because it's an extra third. So these are an hour and 20 minutes each. So that's really like 40 hours worth. Okay, that feels like enough. What's the easiest way to do this? Let's do the ash belt here. And then this one doesn't actually need an underground. They can all just go on one side of the belt, so they shall. And then this will just be a very large stockpile of ash. Technically, this isn't going to be perfect because once we have fewer than like 6, maybe 7 or 8 available, the rate that these can put ash in isn't going to be enough. So if I make these last ones doubled, that'll be a little bit better. Sviplet, the reason we needed to switch the last miner is because if we had it this way, right, the miner is outputting the final raw coal on the belt, so the belt will be fully compressed in this region, but then once in a while, this inserter will have to fuel the miner with a piece of coal from the fully compressed belt, and then there's no more coal getting put on the belt after it. So it would de-fully compress it. It would unfully compress it. So the last one needs to be taking coal from the belt before it puts coal onto the belt to fully compress it. And the first one obviously needs to be this way, otherwise the first one isn't getting fueled. So the ones in the middle don't really matter that much, but the last one has to be this way and the first one has to be that way. Everything in between is fine. Wait, what am I doing? That. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. Okay. And then now here's the question. So this is our Zen Garden Pie playthrough, right? So I do care about aesthetics. Not so much that I'm gonna like bend over backwards to make it happen every time, but for something like this, should I bring them together into 4 and then come down, or should I just go straight down and turn the corner into this bus? That's the real question. You know, because I could do something like this and then bring them all together over here. Gordian knot. Okay, you guys are all voting straight down. And I think I just wanted to see kind of what that looked like. But I think you guys are right. I think that'll look better. I mean, I have the space, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, fewest number of changes in direction is usually the best. You'd move the 4 belt up. Well, there's an idea. So that it just magically merges. So you'd move this up to here. I'm on board with that idea. I'm on board with that. The problem is it'll be a little messed up when we get our electric miners. So I maybe should go down a little further so that we don't have to redo where the belts are sitting once we are using electric miners. So I'll come down to here. And the only reason I put all these back here is just so I could have them all in a nice block. If I had started all the way to the edge of the patch, we would have had to move them. Okay, so now we're gonna have to cut all of this. Move it up. Our bots are not gonna be happy with me, especially because they don't do the jobs closest first, which is very annoying. But that's... we're just gonna have to deal with, I guess. What's up, Roarin? We are working on the tar build today, tar processing, and it starts with 4 belts of raw coal. I may be going overboard a little bit. The reason I'm doing it is because we will want 4 belts of raw coal eventually, one way or another. So I'm not wasting that much time and energy. And by doing this, we get a lot more coke than we normally would have in the early game. Like, it's all stuff that I'll use one way or another, so I don't think I'm really wasting that much time. With something like iron, I think you can waste time by building it too big too early. But I think with something like this, it'll mostly pay off. Because you guys, you know, a lot of you have played enough Factorio to know, like, oh, building bigger is always better. But in pYanodon's, it's really not. You can punish... I mean... like, the biggest downside to building too big is that you just wasted time and energy and base footprint. So it's like, it's not the end of the world if you build too big. But there's a lot of things where if you build bigger than you need to, it really is just a waste. And you could actually get further faster and have a better stuff faster by not building as big, you know. So you really can go too big. For example, our circuit stuff, we already know how stupid expensive they are. If I actually wanted 1 circuit per second, that would be too big. I don't have any need for 1 circuit per second, and building that big would take me so long. I mean, you know, you need 133 sap extractors and just, you know, absurd amounts of stuff. And I don't have a need for 1 circuit per second. Most of the build would just end up backed up most of the time, and then I would just be sitting there having wasted 40 hours of, you know, whatever it is I did. So there is some amount of overbuilding that's not gonna pay you off, and it costs you something. Now, is there a button on this that opens? I don't think there is. I kind of wish there was like a button that would take me back to the Hellmod window of this block. But I don't think there is. That would be a cool feature, actually. Yeah, exactly, J7. That's why Pi is hard. Now, I do want to add, for those who are freaking out because they don't know pYanodon's, about what we were just talking about. You can get to 1 circuit per second fairly easily. The reason... I kind of only half finished my thought. The real reason why it's a waste of time to do 1 circuit per second here is because once you have circuits and once you have the next science pack, a lot of these things get upgrades. You get better ways to make sap. Maybe, actually, I don't know if you get better ways to make sap, but you get better ways to make fiber. You get better ways to make CO2. You get better ways to make methane. You get better ways to make all the plates. So many things get upgrades at each tech level, or at least every other tech level, that it's better to build small, get to the next tech level, then get the upgrades, then you upgrade your build. That tends to be the rhythm for pYanodon's. And sometimes you want to build big. Is this a gap? Uh-oh. I was worried about that. So the reason for that is these don't have really an output buffer. What's the way to fix this? I really don't like this. I was hopeful that we wouldn't deal with this problem. The issue is that these don't have a very big output buffer. They only buffer one raw coal. If they even buffered 2, we would be fine. But the problem is when this inserter takes one at just the wrong time, so that there's a gap of 2 raw coal in a row, and then this one fills one of those gaps, but by the time it mines the next raw coal, the gap is already past it. There's probably an easy way to do this. If I do something like this... no, it needs to be one sooner. Shoot. I know this one's orphaned right now, but hear me out. So something like this actually fixes it. Okay, you can't flip those like fluids now. So this actually would fix it, right? Because now we have a little bit of a buffer on that final one, so we're okay. Adding another miner wouldn't fix it, J7. It would make the holes more infrequent, but it would technically still be possible to have holes, I think. Well, maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. I'm not actually... It might... Because if it's... No, it would still be possible to have holes. So this fixes it, but now we have an ash problem on this final miner. And I'm not exactly sure what we can do to fix that. If the ash was here, I can move this last one to there. Okay, so I think that's the fix. It's a little wonky, but it works. Rotate the final miner down. That could work as well. I like that method. Let's try that method. So we go back to what we had before. I have too much rock coal in my inventory. I'll just delete 1,000 rock coal. Not that... That's how useless rock coal is. I don't even care. Just delete 1,500. Why not? Pi hard mode, by the way, does not let you do that. Pi hard mode says, yep, now those items are all on the ground. To be fair, I don't find that to be the most interesting. I like the idea of hard mode and needing to use byproducts, but the difference of that particular piece of hard mode, I don't know if I am on board with, because I could just leave the chest there. Like, it feels like you can already use dump chests, so the fact that you can't shoot them is not that big of a deal, because you can always just add more dump chests. It just means your base becomes littered with more dump chests everywhere. I guess maybe the annoyance of that is the idea of, like, you can't even delete your dump chests. That's kind of the point of hard mode. Anyway, we rotate this down, and then we can buffer like this. And then we have what should be a very full belt. So we'll take that and we will super force build over the other ones. Okay. Yeah, that was a good idea, Baylor. I approve of this message. You need to do the same on the right-hand lane. Yeah, we sure do. I don't know why I completely ignored the right-hand lane. Completely. Why did I do that? I don't know. Why did I think I only was gonna have the issue on one? I think that's enough of a buffer, honestly. Because that's a buffer of 4, right? 1, 2, 3, and the one that the miner is holding, waiting to dump. So I actually think that's good enough. Okay, that should produce 4 fully... It's also funny. I mean, it's nice to have a fully compressed belt. I might appreciate it later, but I don't need 4 fully compressed belts. I only need, you know, slightly less than 4 fully compressed belts. So yeah, super force build is one of the best things to come out of Factorio 2.0 for sure. All right, I'm gonna take a screenshot. I feel like this is the screenshot for the build, or maybe the boilers will be, because I think we'll probably finish that before the end of the episode. And we need to get our Zen gardens started. I want to do that before the end of the episode too. And we're already an hour into the episode, so I don't know where we're gonna find time for all these things. Was that my car back there? No, my car's in my inventory. I completely forgot we had a car. That's embarrassing. I could have been driving around in my car this whole time, but no. Okay, now where do we want the Zen garden? The actual Zen garden. The whole game is the Zen garden, but you know. I think... I don't want to get too in the way of the base because I want the Zen garden to be a little bigger. So I'm thinking down here is a good spot for now. For now, we're just going to need some stone brick. We've got some. And we'll decorate it with other types of tiles later. and we'll get water fill going so we can make little ponds and stuff. And I might even go as far as to go into the editor to hand place some trees, because one thing I don't think you can do is hand place trees, even in Pi. So for now, I guess I'll do like a little... I'll do like a border. And we'll probably have to make it bigger than this. We may need to add a second one at some point rather than just make it bigger. But I'll leave room for expanding this. We won't build the base right next to this. And then so I've randomized the name of Patreon subscribers who are at the tier. It's like the $5 tier and up. You get your name in the name randomizer, and we will go through adding one every episode or two until we have all of them. So this will honor all of the patrons. The first one on the list is Synthus, who also showed up in our Space Age playthrough as the name of one of our spaceships. So congratulations, Synthus. You are the first to live in the Zen Garden. I feel like we should put some other sort of decoration in here, but I don't know what we can do. I don't know how to decorate with the tools that we have available. Maybe I can do some little party circles. Okay, let's move this in by 2 more tiles so we have a bit more of a border. We'll do some party tiles in the corners. Alright, we'll make it feel like a party in here. I mean, we need lamps, of course. I don't have power here yet, but we will get power here. Alright, the Zen Garden has begun. Throw multicolored things on the belts. That's an idea. We can make the lamps different colors too. Oh, we could do that thing where the lights go around in a circle. Alright, the Zen Garden has begun. Do those show up on the map? No, they don't. So that's the other reason I do like the method that we use for Twitch subs, is that you can see it on the map view. It actually looks pretty good. Whereas if you use text plates, it just doesn't look like anything. But this will be nice to have the Zen Garden for special for patrons. Flora spoilage gets in the way of that. Yeah, it does. It'll just become a belt of biomass, unfortunately. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Hugely appreciated. Thank you, thank you. And Valorant coming in hot with the extra gift sub. All right, what did I run out of? I guess we need more iron for chests. But yeah, thank you for that gift sub. Very appreciated. I should probably just automate chests. It's not that hard. And just do that right here, and then I don't have to worry about it. Alright, this is where I'm gonna grab, I know this seems ridiculous, even more inserters, but I already know we're gonna need an absurd amount, right? Because we're doing 36, I don't know why I closed this block, we had never actually built it. We're gonna need 36 boilers, each of which have 4 inserters, right? Because we have, I'm gonna also bring power up here for the lights. But yeah, the 4 inserted, we need 2 in for rockall and 2 out. Unless I use diagonal inserters, or whatever you call them, corner inserters maybe is the word for it. I need more lamps as well. Where are lamp? I love lamp, but oh, I don't have glass. I had glass in my inventory. Did I dump it in the dump chest? I might have. Anyway, 36 boilers is gonna look pretty crazy. Okay, so if we do this, seems great on paper. Problem becomes dealing with the sheer amounts of raw coal and ash. This is actually perfect. This is just under 3 full belts, and that'll be 12 for 1 full belt. So that's pretty nice. J7, we'll do it between episodes. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Okay, so we're gonna have these things. I don't think this is gonna work. The bots don't seem to understand the pathing of squeak through very well. Cause yeah, this could work. No, I don't think this could ever work. I guess I could space them out like this. But even then, that doesn't really... Yeah. Okay, so then the other idea obviously has to do with advanced fluid handling. You know, we can use things like that. Or even this might be the easiest. Because then we've got... I mean, this is the simplest. I can just dump onto a belt of ash in the middle and not worry about it. So ash belt comes out the middle. Coal belt can snake around a set of 12 so that I don't have to use splitters, because we don't have splitters. So that should do it. How does steam get out? It's in these. So then on the end we attach, you know, something like this. So something like this works. So then we'll need... So that's 8. So we only need 12 for 1 full belt. So this is 1 full belt then. And then I just copy that. I guess we need 1 space for the ash to get out. Like that. So then we should be able to get the ash out the bottom of these. Whoa. That was weird. Did I click in the wrong spot? I swear I clicked there. Or sorry, I swear I clicked here, but it built the underground there. I don't know what just happened there. I might have... Did I move right before I clicked? That was weird. Yeah, currently these are 2 disconnected lines of steam. Alright, so then 3 of these raw coals are just going straight into there. I wonder how many belts we've already placed in this run through. We can look at that. 6.7 thousand. All right. I did it wrong. We did it very wrong. We forgot to filter ash. Now, I knew this was a problem because I've run into this before. I just didn't remember. Alright. That should fix that. And now we're gonna have another ash mountain. This is gonna be, I don't even know what to do with this. We have no, yes, we can get rid of ash, but not easily. Eventually you'll get to the point where you want more ash. We're not at that point. But it's used as an ingredient in a lot of things. Yeah, eventually you get a recipe that allows you to just throw it in a, what is it? You mix it with air and it just turns into basically, what is it, flue gas or something? That's very nice. But we're not there yet. So for now, what are we gonna do? Oh yeah. Yeah, burners also work, but the problem is you have to fuel them, which is a little inefficient. I don't think we have any ash recipes yet, right? I mean, we have it helps make logs. Oh, we do. We do have ash separation. This is worse than it looks, because this already stacks to 1,000, and if you get 50 coal dust back, that's still half a stack, which you're turning one stack into half a stack. That's not densifying it very much. Yeah. This one, what the heck? When did they, why is the icon wrong? That's really weird. Has the icon always been this way? Did they not change the icon to match? Interesting. Anyway, rich clay, once we have logistics science, this is the one I was talking about, also needs logistics science. Ash plus air, because you can get pressurized air anywhere just using a pressure pump. So that one's really easy to delete ash, but yeah, for now we're gonna have to store this. And this is gonna generate the most absurd, oh my god. $160,000 per hour. Oh no. I may have gone too big. What's funny is, like, I don't mind all the rest of it, but just dealing with this amount of ash is like no joke. All right, we'll probably have to call it an episode here because we're getting low on time. But in the next episode, we will begin dealing with this absurd amount of ash, and won't that be fun? I'll keep streaming. If you're here live, don't go anywhere. But for those of you from the future YouTube recordings, as always, thank you for watching. Let me know what you think in the comments, and we'll see you in the next one. All right. Yeah, Taronin, I don't know why I didn't think of that. Is coal dust bad or good? Is it 5 megajoules? Actually, I seem to remember it's better than a raw coal. No, it's also 3. Okay, but we can prioritize that. So then, soot separation is not that great. Because what is this? We get 0.2, 0.4, some ash back. 0.7, 8, 9, 10. You get an average of 1 item back. The ash kind of doesn't count because it stacks to 1,000, which then redensifies it by an absurd amount. So you're kind of getting 0.7 items, but they only stack to half as much. So that's the equivalent of 1.4 in terms of stack sizing coming back from 2. So that actually does not densify things really at all, unless you use some of these. So soot is fine to just stack up the way that it is until you get some other recipe for it. But the coal dust, we can... okay, so what's our densification then here? We lose a factor of 10, so we're 5x densifying for the soot. 4x. So we'll need 4 times less storage if I do this method. The problem, I guess it's not really a problem, because coal dust is exactly the same functionally as raw coal. It gives us an ash, so we can just prioritize. We don't have prioritization, so it'll be a ton of inserters and belts to prioritize the coal dust over the raw coal for these burners. We could do it. So if we have 45 ash per second, that's going to be 4 of these recipes per second. We only get 2 coal dust per second back. So we would want to prioritize that somehow. We could kind of cheat, I guess, using belts. Oh, you just sent all the ores into a smelting column? I guess that works. Can all of those be smelted directly? Can't remember. Lead can. Yeah, it can. I guess that works. Yeah, then you're stacking to an absurd amount. For sure. And then you'll have iron oxide, which also smelts. So, and that's 2 to 1. So that is a pretty effective way to delete ash, I guess. Maybe we'll do that. That does seem easier than the amount of... Let's just do a quick napkin math on how many chests I would need if I wanted this to work for 15 hours. Which it sounds like a long time, but like 15 hours goes fast in Pi. So this is making 160k per hour. That's 160 slots per hour. These only have 32 slots. So I would be filling 5 chests exactly. I could have done that math. 5 chests exactly per hour, which means I would need 75 chests to run this for 15 hours. That's actually not as bad as I thought. It might just be easier to use 75 chests and 75 inserters, now that I think about it. How many separators would I need? Yeah, and I don't have to deal with all the nonsense, so I might just do 75 chests. Not to mention, we will get to a point where we want to use a lot of ash for a variety of things. So it's not the worst thing to have millions of ash stockpiled. Alright, I'm gonna get J7's name in game here, J7J 2009. We'll do that up by the new build. Hey, Izzy Gaming, thanks for the follow. We'll put it right here by the boilers. I forget what I've been doing for J's. I think we went with the lowercase j. Two, three, four, 5. Don't normally do numbers. 2 0 0 9. Perfect. All right, and I need a hydrate. That was redeemed a while ago. I missed that. I'll hydrate with coffee. Does that count? I think that counts. This is a big build. I don't normally build this big this early. Sorry, Centered, I don't have that command. But since we're in between videos, you did this at the perfect time, because I can actually add it pretty easily. All I got to do is head over to Streamlabs. Log in with Twitch. I go over to the Cloud Bot. I go to Commands. I turn off Path of Exile to goals, because that's not a thing anymore. And then I add a command called mods. And then the chat response comes from the paste bin. And I put that in there. Discord at, and then we put that link. Boom. Set confirm. Global cooldown on that will be 60 seconds. I'll put 120 actually. All right, should work now. Boom, baby. All right, beautiful. And then I should probably start putting it in the Twitch title, stream title. Cosbot, you caught a live stream. James, hello. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to use the restroom, and we will be right back, and we'll keep working on this tar build. You guys stretch your legs, get some water, you hydrate yourselves. I might get more coffee or tea or something. I might just switch to water. All right. I'm just switching to water here. Good drink of choice. All right, so all the ash. I'll probably do more than 25, or yeah, more than 25 each, because that's not really a lot. 15 hours, that is. Speaking of 15 hours, we just, right when I said that, hit 15 hours of playtime. And it does feel like we just started. Alright, let's handcraft a few more lamps. And then What was I gonna grab? I already forgot what I was gonna grab. Oh, my brain. More chests, that's what. Out, what? Out of fuel. Uh-oh, what's going on here? I thought I knew I needed 2 inserters per... No, that's for something else. I actually don't know. Maybe I just assumed 1 would be enough. Because it's not. You need 2 inserters for fueling each line. But that has to have been a problem the whole time, right? No, it's Keragen versus raw coal. Ah, dag. I forgot Keragen is less fuel value. That's the problem. All right. Okay, I would like to continue this build, so let's do it. Put a few more lights around the base. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to pYanodon's Season 3. In our last episode, we made a ton of boilers, and we were trying to figure out what to do with all this ash. The 2 options are we either do ash separation, which we kind of looked at, or did we look? I can't remember if we did this on video or off video. I can't remember now. But basically, I'll say it again. If we do ash separation, it reduces the number of stacks by only half. Which sounds weird because it's like 10 goes to 0.5, but coal dust only stacks 1/10 as much. But what we can do, which I was forgetting for some reason, is we can just burn the coal dust as a priority over the raw coal. So we could just feed it back into the system, and then basically it will delete that coal dust because we're prioritizing it over mining more raw coal, which is fine. It's not going to back anything up. And then we'll get rid of the coal dust. So that kind of doesn't count. And then if you look at just these 2, then this is reducing the amount of stacks because these also stack to 100. So that's 25%. So we reduce the stacks by 4. And then the further thing you could do is separate the soot, which doesn't actually reduce the stack size by much because these only stack to 50. But then one other thing we could do that roarin was saying is we could then smelt all of these into their respective plates, which then reduces the stack size by a ton because, you know, 10 aluminum goes to 1 plate and stacks to double. So that's a 20x stack multiplier. So, I mean, that's a whole big process. And then separately, I did the math, and basically we need 5 chests per hour of runtime of this, assuming we're running all of them. That's the other thing I haven't talked about yet, is this isn't going to run 100% of the time. But when it's running at full capacity, we need 5 chests of storage per hour, which is a lot. And so, because each of these makes 50 stacks an hour. So we get, in grand total, almost exactly 160 stacks an hour. So then, basically, I just decided to go with a bunch of chests. And we'll just store up huge piles of ash. So what I'm gonna do is probably 22, 23, 24. We'll do 48. Oops. And this will be per belt. So I need 3 of these. This is a lot of ash storage. like hurting my eyes. This is ridiculous. Poor little bots. They're like biters getting stuck on belts. But yeah, that should do it. 144, therefore should last me almost 30 hours. So this should last a while. I could always put an alarm. We'll need circuits for that, though. Actually, wait, no, I don't get alarms for a while. Causebot, is this build based off the 1 circuit a second? No. We're not doing 1 circuit a second. This is actually unrelated to the circuits in terms of the actual numbers. This is just a build that we're going to have to do at some point to produce creosote and aromatics and coke. Those are the 3 things. We need all 3 of those for various purposes. And I believe the only way to get aromatics right now is from this process. Is that right? I think that's right. I mean, basically tar to aromatics in a much more horrible ratio right there. That's not that much worse. And then there's also light oil to aromatics, but the only way we can get light oil right now is this process. Oh, sorry, that is the way we're doing it. And then, yeah, that's the only way to make aromatics right now. So, and we need aromatics for mining. It should pop up somewhere. Maybe? Or does it not show up in this list? It might not show up in this list, I guess. Oh, there it is, zinc. And then we need acetylene, which uses a lot of coke. So this helps us with our acetylene. We need acetylene for mining lead and titanium. It is both. I couldn't remember. So that's the thing. And then the creosote we need for the treated wood in circuits. So we need all those things. The gasoline will also be a big help, and the syngas to fuel our glassworks and smelters. So that's what those will be doing. Gasoline, I do not believe has another purpose right now. It has lots of purposes later. But for now, I think it doesn't do anything. Yeah, this. It actually looks like an additive, really, for most of the game. It's not something you're ever just doing something with. It's just an additive for other, kind of like a catalyst type situation. So that means it's a great thing to burn in our glassworks, because building it up in a huge stockpile wouldn't do much for me. Okay, what's the next step? We've got our burners. We have not connected the steam yet, so we should probably do that. I can rotate these despite... Well... No, it's probably better to just do one of these things. Where are the T-junctions? I didn't put those on the hotbar. So this is what we use the T-junctions for, is so now that will extend out. I can't remember which one was on my hotbar. I keep meaning to look it up for shift 6. I don't remember if it was the I junctions or the L junctions. But yeah, one of the reasons I really like these is that you can walk over them, right? And like if you're driving, you can drive over them. So it's nice to have your pipelines not, because belts don't cause vehicle collision, and it's nice when your pipelines don't cause vehicle collision either. So then you can have pipes and belts all over the place, and you don't have to worry about running into them if you're driving around. All right, so anyway, what are we actually doing? I need to get this build set up. We're doing this one first. So this is the build that we might end up copying if we want more syngas or tar. So we'll put this build first. I think I'll actually put it up a little bit in this region. And then we'll put the tar related stuff down in this region. So we'll let the bots take care of all this. So we start with 3 buildings doing full processing. I'm just leaving a good amount of space before that. And then we need 1.021. That is such an unfortunate number. I'm tempted to just do one building and say we can lose 2% of the production. I'm really tempted to do that because 2% is such a small amount. Do I care about that 2%? I don't think I do. Like, none of these numbers are exact C's anyway. So I think losing 2% is fine. So I'll just do one of these buildings. And then we need 5 gasifiers. And we'll just leave plenty of space for all this. The gasifiers are interesting because we do get a better recipe for syngas. I don't remember when, but we basically add oxygen to it. Where's the recipe? There it is. We add oxygen, and it's the same ingredients on coal gas and water, but we get more syngas out of it. But that's not till logistics science. So that's basically free syngas from oxygen, which is beautiful. All right, and then these guys we're gonna set up. Oh, this is where advanced fluid handling is just so nice. Look at that. That's it. That's all we need to do. And we just copy that down. And then I'll have to figure out what to do with all this. So where's this? This always breaks my brain, and it should break your brain too. If you're not careful, you'll get things backing up. Like, do we need top-ups and overflows is to make sure we always are processing things. So what you want to do is you want to figure out how could each building back up? What could cause a backup? And we're ignoring solids right now. We're assuming the solids are flowing properly. So either of these could back up if coal gas or tar is backed up. This build exists to produce tar. So I think what could happen, the problem could happen is if the middle one, if the middle one, backs up on coal gas, that means we have coal gas. That means we will produce more syngas and tar here. If coal gas is ever backed up, it's because we have too much syngas or tar, which isn't really going to be a problem. Because if we have too much, that's because I want to have too much, if that makes sense. So then, can I just connect everything, or do I need valves? Why is this always so hard? You'd think after thousands of hours of Factorio with playing this mod pack and many other mod packs with fluids, I would remember how, like, what are the rules of thumb for when you need to make sure you have top-up valves and overflow valves to prevent backups, and when you don't. But for whatever reason, my brain is not standardized and locked in any of those rules of thumb. So I am always redoing it every time and having to convince myself that it won't back up or it will. You know, like advanced oil processing in default Factorio is an example where you do need to do some things with valves, otherwise it can back up. So for this one, let's say coal gas is full. How can this deadlock? We're ignoring syngas. We will burn off excess syngas. So syngas can never back up. Tar, when it backs up, and it can back up because tar is the thing we're trying to produce. What's up, B. Jonas? So tar is the thing we're trying to produce, and it can back up. So if they're all just attached to tar, all of them could stop running. Then let's say a little bit of tar gets used, so then something gets to let out the tar. Eventually, tar will be completely unblocked from all of them if we're using tar, and they'll all run. So that's not a problem. And coal gas, these two could both be blocked up because of coal gas, and neither of them would run. But this one could run. And then when these are running, so if tar is getting used, then that means coal gas is also getting used. So we should be okay. I don't think there's ever a world where we can back up, even if I just direct connect all the pipes. And I'm not even getting into the fact that the new pipe system, the new way fluids flow, is going to more evenly take from multiple buildings at the same time. I'm even ignoring that. Let's say it didn't quite work perfectly and one building was able to provide and the other ones weren't. I still don't think there's any way this can ever back up. Ignoring solids, like assuming I'm taking care of those properly. I don't think the fluids can ever block each other in any way here. Because if we have too much coal gas, that means we will be able to produce tar. Like basically the thing you want to worry about is what if one of them was empty and the ones that produce it are blocked? That's how it can go wrong, right? So it's like if coal gas was empty and the ones that produce coal gas are blocked, that could only happen if tar is full. And if tar is full, then we're fine. We don't need to be producing more coal gas. So I think we're fine just because these two can only get blocked if we have enough tar, or we have too much coal gas. But if we have too much coal gas, we also can make tar. So everything that makes tar should be able to run properly. I think we're fine. I'm gonna stop worrying about it. How I learned to stop worrying and just move on. Here's the other cool thing. You guys are gonna freak out. This is one of my favorite uses of advanced fluid handling. You thought this was cool because it keeps you from having to do this, but like this you can't even do without advanced fluid handling. It is so neat to have inline underground pipes like that. Oh, it's beautiful. Also, Jay, what's up? If a content creator says subscribe after I've seen something I like, it's more likely I will. I mean, evidence shows that that's true. So, subscribe. There, did that work? If you want to. I feel like I have to say that. I don't wanna tell people what to do with their lives. How do we want to rotate this? Probably depends on what I do. Let's do inserters first, and then we'll figure it out. Because these all need a... well, what do we got? We'll call that 12. So each building needs 4. Which means... 5 of these? No. That's only 3.5. We need 6 inserters. I would use chutes, but the problem with chutes is that you need splitters to use them properly. So chutes are kind of ironically not that great until you get splitters. Because a lot of the cases where you would want to use a chute really need splitters to make it worthwhile. Otherwise, you're using a bunch of inserters to emulate splitters anyway, and then what's the point of the chute in the first place? So it is kind of funny how that all works out. You wonder if elevated rails are going to be super useful in Pi. Yeah, so that's an interesting one. Elevated rails are not super useful, period. They're one of those, like, it's a really cool idea, and it's something people have actually asked for a long time, but the actual effect of them is relatively small on the game. If you had well-built intersections before, the throughput was very high on trains, and it was extremely rare that your intersection throughput was actually a source of bottlenecking. And that was rare in mod packs and in vanilla Factorio. So elevated rails are kind of not that crazy good. However, they are crazy good for those situations where intersection throughput was an issue. It's just funny because most of the people who like elevated rails and were asking for them didn't actually need them. Because if they had just built a normal intersection, it would have worked fine for all of their traffic forever. So elevated rails are one of those things where it's like the coolness factor is far higher than the necessity factor. But for the people who do need it, it's very needed, and they're very thankful that they exist. Because I haven't seen the numbers. I don't actually know what the new like highest throughput intersections are compared to the old ones. I'm guessing they're a decent amount higher. They're probably not double though. If I had to guess, I would guess it's not double, because you still have to merge, right? There's no way to prevent merging. You just prevent the crossings and the left turns blocking some things. So like that's nice, but you still have trains slowing down to merge with each other and stuff. So I assume the maximum throughput is still not that much crazy higher. And you now have the issues of the footprint of an intersection is much larger if you're using elevated rails. So there's a downside to it as well. I'm imagining we will spend a lot of time trying to design a small footprint intersection with elevated rails. I foresee that in my future. Anyway, so we're making 3.4, so we cut that into a third because we have 3 buildings, right? So each building needs to be able to output 1.2. I'm rounding to the nearest 0.1, so that's 2 inserters. 1.3 because of the oxide, but that still should be fine. And there's no burning going on. I don't need to worry about ash, so that's done. And then these guys come up here. This is also going to produce oxide, so I will just leave the oxide on the belt. Hold on, new idea. I'm gonna use a third inserter, filtered for oxide, and then these are gonna be filtered for raw coal, or sorry, regular coal. And then that way we'll have separation of belt siding. And then we know which side of the belt the oxide's on, because that's the side of the belt that needs to carry on. Anyway, this is gonna have 3.4, which is 5 inserters. And then the oxide is on the outside, which is that side. So the oxide will carry on what is now on the inside of that belt. And then you will also produce oxide. So there's our oxide belt. And then we'll get 2.041, which is 3 inserters worth of coke. Not a ton of coke comes out of this process. This is where I actually could just turn the coke into more coal gas and tar. How much more do we get, I wonder? So we go from 100 and 114 to 103 and 117. Oh my god, it's terrible. Yeah, that's not worth it. We'll take our free coke and run with it. I mean, it's nice because then you don't have to deal with coke output, but like that would be a last resort. So maybe we should overflow into that, I guess, would be. Oh, but then if coke jams up and coal gas is jammed up, can we then break it? This is where things get confusing, is when you're trying to figure out the interdependencies of what's overflowing, what can jam up, what do you want to jam up, what do you want to overflow into what. It's so complex. Anyway, I also need to rotate this. And rotate this one. So there's tar. And then we'll do a T-junction here. So now all the tar is hooked up. And then the coal gas is right there. I'm gonna move that up a tile. We'll put the coal gas right here. I guess it can go there, and then this is another T-junction. And then we just need to get the coal gas hooked up right here. And there we go. So coal gas attached to everything. Tar attached to everything. I also don't like that this doesn't highlight the buildings. The buildings used to be highlighted with pipe visualizer. So what is that? Thing number 4 about new pipe visualizer that I like less than the old mod version of pipe visualizer. Is it 2025 here? No, it's not 2025 yet. I'm still 12 hours away from 2025 myself. What just happened? You guys see that? What was that? Oh, it like updated. It like hadn't updated that I had removed that. Weird. And I clicked a button and then it disappeared. So the question is, do I want to add that version of burning coke? Because if I already have enough coke, we do need to get rid of it somehow. But the question is, how do I want to get rid of it? And is that the way? Or do I want to route this coke to a major, to where we produce coke? I mean, we probably should burn the coke, right? Just, yeah, I mean, it makes sense to make sure that we can't back up. It's only 2 per second. Well, it's not better to burn it for steam because this build doesn't use steam. So it just depends on how, like, we could, you know, in the grander scope of things, of course, we could always use it to burn steam so that that coke never backs up, so that the tar production never backs up. But I do think it's simpler to make sure that this build in and of itself never backs up on coke no matter what. We will send this coke out of the build to go do other things, but then if we have too much, we will use it. What's the easiest way to do this? Maybe we side load coke here. Let me put this in a spot where it's easy to link up all the... coal gas and tar and stuff. We can link up coal gas like that. We can link up tar. Might be easier on this side. So I'll do this, and then an L, like that. And then ash output from that. Right, forgot about that. That is the downside. But these already have ash output, so it can join the ash output from these guys. Do I have too many? No, I just must have not built that one. Okay, so then we're gonna have the inserters here, and they will only run if... This is where I'm cheating. You never would have been able to do this before Factorio 2.0. I say cheating. It's in the game now. It's fair. It's fair game. It just feels easier than it used to be. They don't need filters. They need conditions. So if coke is greater than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So let's say if coke is greater than 40. then we'll run. And so if coke gets backed up to about here, then they'll start shoveling coke in. And the reason this is good is because then that means we never back up on coke to the point where this can no longer run. And then this stops running. And then we run out of tar. And then we have some sort of weird spiral. Now, is there ever a world where we're backed up on coke? This is backed up on coal gas. This can't run because it's backed up on coke. No, I don't think that's possible. Okay. So that works. Yeah, the circuit smarts are free now. The other thing that you can do a lot of, we haven't done this yet, but a way to do priority belts can also be like, you know, you can attach a belt to be like, hey, this only runs if this is, you know, empty enough, or if it's too full, or all that sort of thing. Or this one only runs, or no, I should say this one. You know, you can side load with priority basically, because you actually say this one only runs if this one's empty. And so then you kind of have this sense of like, this one always gets to side load with higher priority. So there are some new things you can do that are really handy that you never could do before. Anyway, what do we actually want to do here for, like, where are we putting all this stuff? We need to get the ash out. We need to get the oxide out. How much ash do these make? 0.33. All right. We'll put it on the top. Do this. Oh, of course that doesn't work. Works for the other ones. Okay. I still feel like there might be a way this could all back up, but it's hard to imagine what it would be. I just think if everything's full of everything, let's say every building was backed up on every output, you know, and you started at that scenario, the question you have to ask yourself is, could it unwind properly, or will it unwind properly? So as soon as we start using tar, and again, we're ignoring solids, and we're ignoring solids other than coke at least, and syngas is never going to back up because we're going to have an overflow on that. So as soon as we start using tar, well, now coal gas is getting used. So now coal gas is emptied out, and tar is emptied out from all of these. So this one will start running, and that will use up coke, and then this one will start running because the coke is getting used up. So we should be fine. I'm confirmed in my brain that we are fine. Will I doubt it? Probably. But for now, I'm convinced. I'm not going to use syngas as my main fuel because now we get actual amounts of gasoline. Because of this new recipe, which I'm still like blown away that they gave us something this beautiful in the early game. But the not acetylene, what's it called? Oh god, I'm never going to remember the name. It's the thing that comes from middle oil. Anthracene? It's anthracene. Yeah, this recipe. This used to be all you had, anthracene to creosote, but now you have anthracene to actually quite a bit of coke and gasoline. It's nuts. It's nuts. This recipe didn't exist before. It's so good. So that's a large amount of gasoline that we'll have that we previously would have just been turning into creosote, which doesn't even, you can't even burn creosote. And anthracene has a fuel value, but it's pretty low, right? And so it's like, Yeah. Anyway, but we also have the ability to do mixed fueling now because of the way 2.0 fluids work. We've talked about this a little bit. I'll keep talking about it probably more often just because it'll come up a lot. But basically what we're going to do, and it'll be different as we get further in the game and we have bigger pipe networks, but basically what we're going to do is we're going to pump all of our fuel into the same network, and it'll just, sometimes it'll be filled with syngas, but then the glassworks and smelters will burn through the syngas, and then when it gets to a certain amount, I have an idea. I can use RS. This idea might not be necessary, so we'll start with just how it works normally. Assuming I don't do the special thing, eventually we just won't have enough syngas to keep filling the syngas burning fluid network. The smelters and glassworks will use up all the syngas. Now we have an empty network. Boom. Now gasoline gets pumped in because the gasoline pump is just always on, and so is the syngas pump. But the next level is you have a small tank somewhere in that network, the smallest tank you can wire up, which is the 10K. And when the total amount gets low enough, you actually turn off the pump for that thing, and then the bonus that you might need, depending on how quickly the pipes can get emptied, you might need to actually pump out syngas, because if there's a tiny amount of syngas in the network, the glassworks will actually slow down because they can't pull syngas in fast enough, because buildings can only pull fluids into themselves at a ratio equal to the amount that the pipeline is filled. Like over there on the tooltip, you can see it's 100 out of 100. If that's only 1 out of 100, then this building can only pull at most 60 units per second into itself. And if it was 0.5 out of 100, it can only pull 30 units. And at the very lowest, if it's 0.1 out of 100, there's still coal gas in here. We can't start putting gasoline in here yet. But this building can only pull 6 units a second into itself. And if 6 units a second is not enough to fuel the building, then that actually means the building will slow down. So if you don't want your buildings to ever slow down, you might need to figure out a way to pump out the thing that's almost empty so that it empties a lot faster. Like you could have 10 or 12 pumps or 20 pumps running, you know, so they would pull it out really fast. And then from there, it would empty out real quick, and then you could put the new stuff in, and you would need to use RS latches for that. Anyway, we'll deal with that bridge when we come to it. What are the bot things I'm using? They're just called construction drones. It's the version for 2.0. It's like construction drones continued or something like that. I don't remember. I'm starting to think I might just bring the water down. To be honest, that might just be easier. So now this is one annoying thing. I bet it's still not fixed. Yeah, when you want to build the eye extensions, it thinks that you need 2 of them in a row, because that's just the logic for underground pipes, but you don't need 2 in a row, so it's a bit bothersome. I don't know if there's a way to fix that. So instead, you can just make a blueprint, and then you can snap to grid, relative, and then you want the height to be 1 smaller. And then that usually works. And then there's a weird problem where it thinks that if it's rotated the other way, it's the wrong... Like, it doesn't see them as the same rotation, even though they are. That's the other bothersome thing. Oh. And now there's that weird thing where, like... No, I didn't want to do that either. How do we do this? Because if you click and hold shift... Is there not a way to do relative and then... Also, we can't see Jack. Now that's not a bad idea. Just give it a little bit of a width so that it's harder to accidentally go to the side. What is going on? Oh, I'm an idiot. I was copying. Okay. You can hold shift and start that way. What I really wish is that you could, in the middle of your dragging, I'm not holding shift right now, and then maybe we drag over one where a tree's in the way, and then I hit shift once, and it like shift clicks the one that I'm currently on. That would be really nice. Because there's not really a way to do a mixture of shift clicking and not shift clicking. Oh, I just copied again. But if I start by shift clicking, then it shift clicks all the ones to the end. And this pipeline might be too big, we'll see. Well, too long. It's definitely not going to be too wide, but the length might be an issue. We probably need an offshore pump. Yep. Do I need more than one? Probably not. What do we need again? 433? Yeah, we don't need more than one. Hold on. What? Let's say it was 700, just for people who are curious. Because, like, obviously, if the amount of water you're using is less than 600, it's impossible for this to ever be problematic, because half of your speed means that the fill rate could be above or below 50% and everything's still happy, so you're never going to run into issues. You could run into issues if you're using 700 in one building. This wouldn't work. And that's really counterintuitive, and a lot of people are going to run into problems with this, mostly in modded playthroughs, because I don't think it shows up super easily in vanilla, though with legendary stuff it might. But this pump looks like, well, you've got 1200 in to the network and 700 out. How could that not work? Well, the way it doesn't work is because the only way... Actually, I'm wrong, but I'll get to why I'm wrong in a second. I'm right, but for a different number. Not 1200 and 700. But basically, hear me out on this first. Like, let's say 1200 was actually the max rate this could move fluid into the pipeline. Then that would be scaled by how full the fluid pipeline is. So if we need 700 per second and 1200 was the max, then that would be more than half, which means the building that needs 700 needs the pipeline to be more than halfway full for it to be able to grab 700 a second. But the problem is this needs the pipeline to be more than halfway empty if it was going to do more than half of its output. The place where I'm wrong is that number is actually 6,000. Everything can put fluid into a pipe network at the rate of 100 units per tick at maximum, and then obviously that gets scaled down. So things that are putting fluids in will put less fluid in as the thing's more full. So if this had 90 water, then this pump could fill at most 10% of 6,000, which is 600 units a second. So as long as your max, here's the actual math. As long as the largest consumer plus the largest producer is less than or equal to 6,000, good to go. That's for those who are curious on the bottom line. This is the bottom line on fluids. This applies to vanilla, Factorio, and Space Age and all that as well. So this is useful for all of you. As long as the thing that's consuming the most fluid in the entire pipe network added to the thing that's producing the most fluid, as long as that total is less than 6,000, you have nothing to worry about. It doesn't really matter. None of the other numbers matter. You could have 500 consumers and 500 producers and it will work perfectly, as long as this is true. And when I say 6,000, I mean 6,000 per second. So you could produce 10 billion fluid a second and consume 10 billion fluid a second in the same network. And as long as this is true, it'll work. It is possible that eventually you have enough that it doesn't work, just because Like billions might be too big. I'm not actually sure, but conceptually it works fine. I don't know, you know, when you get to numbers that big, it might literally like produce too much in one tick for the entire pipe network to hold type issues. But at least in terms of the math regularly that you'll ever run into, this is true. The only problems you start running into are when you're consuming more, when your consumption plus your production is bigger than 6,000, you can run into issues. Because there's no equilibrium of the pipe network that would ever meet that. The other thing worth knowing is it will change where your equilibrium is depending on the biggest consumer versus the biggest producer. So if you have a lot of tanks in a pipe network, it may not run at full speed for a while if some of these numbers are pretty big, like getting into the multiple thousands. Because the pipe network will need to be at a certain place before, like if you have a consumer that's 4K, like let's say you had a 4K consumer, it will only work when pipe is 66.7% full, right? And so if you have a lot of tanks, the pipe network's got to get pretty full before that consumer can actually receive the 4,000 a second that it wants. So just be aware of things like that with pipes. Hopefully that was helpful. Let's get our water back home. Overflow and top-up valves will only interfere. I mean, yes and no. They'll interfere in the sense that you'll need enough valves for things to work. String Weasel has confirmed that he, she, they. I don't know their gender. Anyway, String Weasel is going to add the pump speed as a variable that you can set in the settings, which I will be, because I don't find it interesting to need 5 top-up valves personally, all next to each other. That's not fun for me. I'd rather just use one. So I'm going to be setting the top-up valves to also have a pump speed of 12,000, just like these pumps have a pump speed of 12,000. So that'll never really be a big deal for me. The only place it matters is if well, it just matters for the total throughput. So if one of these has a top-up valve, pump speed of 12,000, and you have one network that's producing 10,000 and another network that's consuming 10,000, then it would still work. No, because 6,000 is still the max. Why does this pump have a speed of 12,000? When could it ever... Why is it not 6,000? I don't think this would ever be able to pump 12,000 units. Period. I don't think you can ever get that speed no matter what. It might be different if it's connected from tank to tank. It's possible that tank to tank doesn't have the same math, but I thought I read Ryguard made it so that even tanks work that way now. No, Mayhem, sorry. We're not talking about how is this 12. This could be, you could set this to 10 billion. I'm saying I don't even think you could actually move 12,000 units a second. I'm actually really curious. No, I didn't mean to exit. What I want to do is go into the editor. How do I turn on the lab mode? I need to change that in the mod settings. Editor extensions. I guess I should type lab. Testing lab. Personal. Confirm. There we go. All right. So what I'd like to do is test this. So what we're going to do is we're going to take infinity pipes. Just place a few around. And then we're going to do an accumulator, substation, and then we need a pump. And then we'll do a storage tank. And then we'll do some sort of wire connection. just to be able to disable it. Okay. So then let's do acetylene. Okay, so if that's full of acetylene, how can I measure this without just looking at the tank? I guess just looking at the tank we should be able to tell the difference between 12 and 6,000 a second. I think we can do that without measuring via combinator. Yeah, Taronin, it's very possible that it was just always 12,000 before, and it hasn't been changed to be the realistic maximum. But I kind of just want to confirm that. So that's what we're doing here. So let's keep this completely full. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, so this is totally filled, and it will fill faster than it can empty from here. That does seem like it's moving 12,000 units a second. Yep, that's definitely moving 12,000. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. So it actually is moving 12,000 units a second. I guess the pump measures its own pump speed too. I could have looked at that. So then I assume if we do this, that it will not be 12,000 anymore. That's also 12,000. Interesting. I was under the impression this was not going to work this way. Well, I've been bamboozled. How is this getting more than 100 units per operation? Maybe pumps are an exception, just in general. Maybe pumps don't care about that rule, and they can plop more than 100 units per operation into the destination pipe, and they can suck more than 100 units per operation out of the source pipe. That must be the case, or something like it, because this is definitely doing 12,000 a second. It says it's doing 12,000, and it is doing 12,000. So something is doing an exception, because I don't think buildings can do that many per second. It would be hard to run a proper test for that in a short amount of time. We would have to set up a lot of buildings to run that sort of test. No, we'd have to have a few buildings that require an absurd amount. Buildings can also push full speed. So no, Lubos, I don't believe they can. That's the thing. Buildings can only output. Like, I confirmed this with Ryguard, and it's exactly what the Factorio Friday fact says. Buildings consume and produce at the ratio of fullness. It's proportional to that. So a building can only push fluids in at a max rate of 6,000 a second, and then that's divided by how full it is. So the more full it is, the slower it can push fluids in. It's not just going to dump. It used to do that, but Ryguard, it specifically says that that was changed in the FFF that talks about the new fluid mechanics. So I think that pumps might just be the exception. That pumps actually can do more than 100 units per operation, regardless of those other rules. But buildings don't. Buildings don't break the rule. Buildings follow the rule. But pumps, I guess, don't. So there you go. What are those big tanks that look like rolls of cheese? They kind of also look like a smiley face. There's like the two eyes. Anyway, and that's like the tiniest of smiles right in the middle. Anyway, I'm gonna load the game. It doesn't really matter. I haven't done anything. but just reset the editor, I guess. Okay, so the coal is being loaded in. We've got the coal gas and tar. Now we just need to bring the water over here. Let's do that. Yeah, it's because of the tank. Cosbot, that's actually a good thing to mention. I do have the setting on that rebalances the tank volumes. The default settings for tanks are like really, really bad. I actually think there are still some issues with the rebalanced version, but it is better. In that the giant tanks actually have more storage. Okay, this needs to be a T-junction. And then we do I-junctions all the way down to here. And there we go. So now we've got water for the boilers. And like an idiot, I connected that to the steam. So that's not gonna work. This, though, is gonna be water. Flush that out. There we go. So now we've got water. Maybe. Oh, that one doesn't connect. Ta-da! Oh. How did I totally ignore this? We need to connect through the water here. There we go. No! That makes the pipeline too big. That's fine. This is a spot where a pump is pretty simple to add, so it's fine. So this is gonna delete the water when I rotate this. Boom. Pipeline's empty. Yeah, that's a very annoying bug. As long as I'm very aware of it, we might be okay. We're not dealing with any fluids that are irreplaceable yet, so I'm not too worried about it, and I'm hoping it's fixed by the time we are messing with fluids that would be very expensive to delete. It's possible I changed the hotkey even, just because I'm so scared of making a mistake. Okay, sweet. So we've got the tar, or the tar and syngas making build done. And now we need to work on setting up this monstrosity. One of them is 10 DDCs. I guess that's the downside of the anthracene recipe, is how many DDCs you need. Because if you just turned it into creosote, see, this is 50 every 4 seconds. Crafting speed 1, so that actually is 4 seconds. Whereas this is 50 every 2 seconds. I guess that's not that different. I assumed it would have been like quadruple. Alright, so this is where pipe spaghetti really, really, really takes off. This is where pipe spaghetti takes off. So, how do we want to do this? I don't even know if this is enough space, to be honest. Starting to doubt. Doubters gonna doubt. Let's start right here. 2, 3, exactly 5. I assume it can handle exactly 20. Yep. There's so many fluids. So many fluids. I like to stack up from the left. Good gravy. If I went in line, would that work? If these are small enough buildings, this actually might be better. Because it does have an alternate spot here. No! The building's too big! Bummer. The buildings are 11 units. If they were 10 units, this would work. That's so sad. Otherwise, that would be a much easier way to do it. And then they would all be available on one end. But alas, it does not work. So we will do the old-fashioned method. Which means this won't work either, and we're gonna need extenders between them. Oh, no, sorry, it does work. Oh, interesting. It just barely works because they are 11 by 11. So, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, we do get better advanced fluid handling at some point. I'm guessing these only cost... Yeah, they're not configured properly because someone had made... someone made a mod called Advanced Fluid Handling for pYanodon's. And if any of you watching are a mod maker that is interested in continuing that mod forwards, please go find that and either ask for permission to make your own or ask for permission to take over the mod or something. Because as far as I know, that mod maker is done making mods right now, Sopel. They're the person who also made the Composite Factories mod, so that may never exist again, which is a bummer, but that's a separate thing. But Advanced Fluid Handling for pYanodon's, what it did differently is it configured these to match the graphics of the niobium pipes. I don't know where those are. It matched the graphics of these and had the same distance as these. So it was like tier 2 of the Advanced Fluid Handling was the niobium, and then there's a tier 3 pipe for the multi-purpose, and it kind of just made it all work nicely. So I would love for someone to continue that mod. If anybody wants to take on that mantle, that would be beautiful. Okay, so we've got our tar processing unit. So that's done. Now let's try to figure out where things get shown up, where things show up in multiple places. So using middle oil and cracking middle oil and cracking pitch both give us naphthalene, and they both give us light oil. So those two are going to be connected. Everything else is just a single product. We're just taking care of 4 different things, which is the anthracene, naphthalene, carbolic, and light oil. So then the middle oil and pitch get dealt with before any of the single product things. So maybe I put those... At least the middle oil is only 2 TPUs. Because this has some of the same outputs, right? No. Yes, the anthracene. No, that's naphthalene. That doesn't have any of the same outputs. So maybe I should... Thankfully, none of these buildings produce ash or solids of some form. I'm very thankful for that. I mean, I guess I could just shift this up a tile, and then it could use the same line for middle oil. And then the pitch needs 7 buildings, unfortunately. So maybe I'd be better off placing the carbolic comes from this. So carbolic and light. Naphthalene comes from both, and light oil comes from both, and those both get used individually. To make creosote, well, no, to make creosote or gasoline. Oh my god, there's so many things. Okay, why don't I put the pitch cracking back here? My middle oil processors are one tile to the left too far. Oh, they are. Thank you. This is all a bit crazy. Okay, so we need 7 of these bad boys. You know what? It's funny. We were just talking about how... Well, I was just talking about how you don't need the 4-to-4 pipe thingies. But now with all the rotations we can get... Oh, come on. The little bot sometimes just does not do the right thing. Now with all the rotations you could get, I feel like putting 4-to-4s could work. It's really interesting. I've never in my life had a need for these guys. But now you could make these grids, and I think if I copied it over here, we could place the same 4-to-4s in the same places. I guess they wouldn't reach to each other. Because like this light oil wouldn't reach all the way to that light oil. But if your distances are far enough, then that would work. And then the steam ones could go here, but then the problem is yeah, no, it maybe wouldn't work. Maybe if you had a bigger gap between the buildings where you had 2 of the same. Because yeah, you have 2 things on the right side and 2 things on the left side. Although one of them is the same. So you really have 3 things, but you only have 2 squares. I guess these 2 are the same, so you'd rotate it. Oh, now I screwed it up. Okay, so now this is like symmetrical. So would that work if I had a bunch of 4-to-4s? No, I would need 1 extra square here. Because we have 2 different products here. So one of the 4-to-4s could go there, and the other one would go here. And then they wouldn't connect with each other, because they'd be diagonal. And then that one would connect with the one over there, this one would connect with the one over here. Steam could go here, on the bottom of each... Well, no, it would connect with that one. Light oil would be 1 tile out as well. Hydrogen could go on the inside, and pitch could go on the outside. I don't know. I don't really want to do that. I was just thought experimenting here on like, could we do a 4-way symmetry? Never even considered that because of, well, you weren't able to flip buildings before. And I'm not even sure if I want to do a 2-way symmetry, to be honest. I think I might just go with the just place 7 in a row and go from there. I might need an extra space or 2 here, though. Because if we're going to connect the steam directly and the light oil directly, I guess we can do this one. Yeah, so we did need 1 space, because we can do that one indirectly, like that. And then this one can be connected directly. And then pitch and hydrogen can all be connected like that. Okay. So that's that set up. I'll leave 2-3 spaces between the buildings. Before. So 2, 4, 6, 7. And I don't know what I did. Okay, so that's pitch cracking. And we need steam. Now, the other thing is I'm not prioritizing steam in any way. And the reason for that is because we don't have any reason to believe I'm not going to have enough steam. The problem is if I start wanting to like borrow steam from this build to fuel another build, then it could send steam to the wrong places first. But I have a setup that gives me enough steam to run all of these at full speed, so I shouldn't have to worry about like top up or overflows on steam. I'm a little worried about how close these builds are. I kind of want to move this up. I will. I'm gonna move this up here. It's probably gonna fill my inventory with garbage. Come on, guys, do your thing. Faster, faster. Can anyone decipher the Morse code that they're talking? Drone code. Do the boys have any tech upgrade? I don't think construction drones get tech upgrades. Do they? I don't know how they work, to be honest. I've never used this mod before. The only reason I'm using this mod is because Nanobots is not functioning for 2.0 yet. At least with pYanodon's or one of the other mods I have, it causes a crash with Nanobots. Though there is a 2.0 port, that is not working for me. Okay, so that's all fixed. Power needs to connect. Okay, that gives me a little bit more space. I guess these should be one tile closer, so that they actually power up the buildings. Yeah, Nanobots has always been a little bit janky, but it usually didn't cause crashes for me, at least. Okay, and then the steam we've already connected. So now it's a matter of connecting the other things. Now this is another scenario where I'm like, do I need to prioritize one over the other? Because this is making pitch and this is not making pitch. Well, they're both making anthracene. So, like, is there a world where anthracene is backed up on this one? Anthracene is backed up on this one. And it can't get rid of the anthracene. Therefore, I can't make pitch. Therefore, I have no pitch here to make. I don't think it would back up, because this would basically, I just have to make sure anthracene can't back up in the first place, and it won't matter which one of these. Yeah, so I don't actually think that's a problem. Yeah, the issue is if something, I think the only way you get backups is if something is recombining two ingredients that are used, that weird things can happen. I think if you're just doing single ingredient cracking, and steam I'm counting as a separate outside input, as long as you've only got one ingredient, I don't think anything can ever back up. But that sounds wrong too. I'm sure there are ways that these things can go wrong. It's just so hard to envision for whatever reason. Okay, so we'll connect the pitch, and that's the only place pitch goes. And then this is anthracene, which is the extra long chain. So that's this one. So anthracene can hook up here. And then we need to use up that anthracene in 10 DDCs to make a crap ton of coke and gasoline, which is awesome. So then, where are we at? We've got this one, and this one. But I want to read what those numbers are still. Where's naphthalene coming from? Naphthalene is coming from two places, which is here and over there. And that's also where light oil is coming from. So these two have two connections with each other, which is the... So maybe I should move these over to the end, because this is where we have those things, and then these three can go over here. And these are using... What are they using? Naphthalene. Okay, this is a little weird, but hear me out, hear me out. You can have the creosote come out the front, and then the naphthalene, just the shorter chain, can be attached to the front like this. And then the steam doesn't need to connect, so that we can terminate the steam here with just a one-to-one. And then this will begin a creosote chain. And then the steam can connect to this guy up here somewhere. I'm already feeling like we need an extra space or two here. So I'm just gonna do that. Move everything over. Did you see a bot up there? He was just doing donuts. He was just doing donuts. I don't know what his deal was. He just wanted to have fun. Bots just want to have fun. Oh, bots just want to have fun. Alright, well, they're not very fast with big projects, especially when they include some travel time. But they do get the job done. For that, I'm grateful. Good morning, Tenneth. The incubated petri dish spoilage is bad. I guess I'll find out. We'll get there someday. Okay, so now what? So now we want to hook up. I'm ignoring hydrogen for now. Hydrogen, we're probably just going to gas vent, to be honest. Can I even do anything useful with it yet? Hydrogen. This looks good until you realize that anthracene can already make more gasoline. Well, technically less gasoline, but a ton of coke too. So 1 unit of coke is worth way more than 1 unit of gasoline. So that's actually kind of a bad recipe. What else can hydrogen do? Make water. I definitely don't need that. You can process refined syngas into oil later. I mean, I can't do any of these things now anyway, so it's kind of pointless. We will need decent amounts of hydrogen for the dibberane. I think we need that for Science 1 or Logistics Science? Which one is it? It's for glassware. Yeah, we need it for Pi 1. No, that's the better glass version, isn't it? Or does all glass? No, that's the better glass. I think it's for logistics science that you need your first borax. Oh, Taneth, you started Pi as well. Congratulations on your impending sorrow. Okay, so what am I doing? This guy, naphthalene. Not to be confused with this guy, anthracene. So naphthalene, maybe we have here. And that hooks up here. And then carbolic only comes from here. Light oil comes from 2 places, so light oil needs to come down. Okay, this is gonna bother me. Right, and then the light oil is here. And that comes up to there. This is getting rough. Angels, Bobs, Momo, Yukio, Mad Clowns, Natural Evolution, Enemies, Rampant Nanobots, and then Pi Mods. So I hear you. You're allowed to play however you want. So please don't hear me telling you how to play. I will say Pi is not made to mix with any other overhaul mod. So you're gonna have a very wacky experience. And it sounds like that's what you want, so that's great, but you're not playing pYanodon's, you're playing something else. Pi just it doesn't mix with any other overhauls really. It's always been known to not work. Because like, if either they literally are doing different things in the first place, but like a lot of the things overlap, like iron plates, and the other mods have ways to make iron plates that are far easier than Pi's ways to make iron plates. So often, like, people have talked about Angel Pi for a long time, and it actually ends up working out that like Angel Pi's is kind of easier than Pi, weirdly enough. Yeah, I am really missing pipe visualizer right now, and I'm trying not to be a negative Nancy and complain about it, but I am actually kind of frustrated that we don't have, like, the game is downgraded now, you know, like that's always a hard pill to swallow when you get a DLC and the mods that are out for the DLC are not as good as the mods for the original. That's not fun, and that's what's happening right now with pipe visualizer, and I'm kind of bummed about it. And I'm hoping, if Ryguard doesn't do it, I'm hoping someone else does, because I think we really need pipe visualizer to be carried forward. Personally. I also need to redo all these old pipe network things with the new advanced fluid handling pipes. All right, I really want to finish this build before the video's over, but we still have quite a bit to do, so we might not be able to. But yeah, the other problem is you need to actually have the fluids in them to have the colors. I forget what pipe visualizer did. Did it make them all gray when they were empty? I seem to remember it colored them smarter than that, but I could be misremembering. I don't want to say that for sure. I could definitely be misremembering. Okay, those are supposed to be connected, so that's fine. I mean, I guess I only need a couple more things. I need one for the carbolic, and then we've got those, we've got these. I guess we only have a couple more things to do, so we'll get it done. Hey, Marky Mark, thanks for the follow. Reminder, I was going to hook up Steam after moving the buildings. Oh, this. Yeah, we never hooked up steam cracking for the middle oil. I guess goes here. Okay. That's done. And now we need 10 DDCs. And this produces gasoline and Coke. So this one I think I want to be a double layer. 5. Probably with the belt of Coke coming out the middle. I don't think we're gonna run into that quartz. I guess it's gonna be close. Each building only has slightly more than one Coke, so 2 inserters for each building is perfect. And then I'm just gonna do this, and then we can have the pipes connect forwards with each other like that, and then we can have a power pole to power both right in the middle. And I believe then that lets us just smash them together like that. Maybe. Of course, the power poles don't connect. This is why, so this is a great example of why in my Krydax's pYtweaks mod, I made these have a longer reach. I personally think pYanodon's would be a better mod if these had a wire reach of 9.5 or 10.5 instead of 7.5. I just don't think it's that great that they have such a short reach. Like, they can't even reach across, not even across, but they can't even keep pace with destructive distillation columns. That's just kind of annoying more than it is interesting or hard to me. I don't think they need to have more supply area, but just a little bit more reach would just make it less annoying, in my opinion. All right, so that escapes. That's a bunch of Coke coming from this build. It will combine with the Coke from this. So I'll bring this down. That's actually a good line for it. So I'll figure that out later. I kind of want this to be prioritized though. So we'll have to figure that out. Just make quality power poles. Yes, with the quality we don't have. All right, and then finally we need to use the light oil. Which also makes gasoline and aromatics. Do we need to do something with gasoline priority-wise? Like, I never want to be jammed up on gasoline so that I can't... I think we just ditch excess gasoline is all. I don't think we need to do anything fancy. Let's see, is that gonna work? We've got aromatics out, gasoline out, and light oil in right here. And the light oil is already hooked up between builds. So we just need to hook that up right here. And that can be a T-junction, so that works out nice. And then the gasoline is here. And that meets up with the gasoline which is up here. So this is gas. And we're cooking with gas. All right, so that's gasoline, and then aromatics. Just go down. Okay, that's down. So there we go. So there we've got aromatics, gasoline. What are the other products of this? Aromatics, gasoline, creosote. Let's bring the creosote over. And there's the carbolic hooked up. And then the creosote. Guess I'm fine with it being right here. Wait, what? Do these have a longer reach? No, it's the same. Am I taking crazy pills? Oh yeah, I guess, okay, never mind. Never mind, okay. That's in the same relative spot in front of the TPU. TPU, tar processing unit. Okay, so there's creosote, wraps around to here, comes down, and then reconnects with this guy. And there we go. Okay, that is the whole build, believe it or not. And we'll probably need to call that an episode. We're an hour and 30 minutes into this episode. But it's been a good one. Gotten a lot done. Like a lot done. Crazy amount, to be honest. We need power over there. We need power for these guys. Oh no. Okay, good. I do have some logs. Make sure the build is lit up. Perfect. We need some lights over there. Boom. Okay. Nice. Wow. That is pretty big build for the early game, but I'll take it. And this is going to produce lots of good stuff for us. So we'll get that running in the next episode. For now, we'll just look at it and say that it's pretty. So as always, for those of you from future YouTube, let me know what you guys think down in the comments below, and I'll see you in the next episode. Hey Chris, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. All right, so, now what? Now what? I guess we need to figure out the overflow stuff. Are we gonna have any issues internally? Pacardoso, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. These should never back up because I'm gonna avoid creosote. So I don't have to worry about that. The one with gasoline makes gasoline and Coke. So that will back up if I have... So basically, I need a way to avoid Coke. Because if we have too much Coke, then we've got a problem. So there's a couple things we could... So if we have too much Coke, then I'll start backing up on anthracene. And then I won't be able to make stuff like aromatics. So we don't want that. So usages of coke right now are mostly for acetylene. I can also just burn more of it into coal gas and tar, but that has a weird possibility of backing up. I can just turn it into CO2 and burn it. Turn it into graphite. I mean, we need it for a lot of things, of course, but we also can't have too much of it. So we're gonna have to figure out something. We're gonna have to figure out something. CO2 for increased moss. Well, I already am using. It wouldn't increase my moss. I already have enough, I think, for moss. We will need a lot of moss at some point, but yeah, coke is one of those weird things where you need a lot of it, but you also need to not back up on it. So another thing I could do far more easily if we had splitters is route it over and just use it as a higher priority to make the steam. And then we're pretty much coke neutral, I believe, when I did the math on that. If I used all of this coke to make steam, I'm actually curious. Is that gonna work? It might work. If I type in steam and I say that, and we go down to the bottom and we change the fuel to coke. Wait, why is this making 270 now? What the hell? Isn't that exactly what I was trying to do earlier? What? Oh, well, wait. No, what's happening? Because that was making the steam before. Oh, now this is making... What's happening? Now I'm confused. Wasn't that the thing we were not able to do just a minute ago when we were trying to? Steam. We add that. And now it's not working. Okay, now it's ingredient inputting. What has happened here? That was 270 a second ago. Was it just because I had 270 typed in here from before and I just changed it? I think that's what was going on. I think that's all it was. I don't think it was actually linking. Because yeah, what I expected was for this, when I link it, to use up all of the coke. That's what that's doing. So here we actually have a problem. Get this. We actually make too much coke to the point where even if we completely prioritized the coke to make the boiler steam, we would then back up on steam, and then we would eventually back up on coke, and the whole thing would break. So we actually need another way to get rid of coke other than just steam, which is crazy. But that is a good way to byproduct a lot of the coke, but it just won't byproduct. Oh, also I completely forgot the inserters for the coke on the pitch. So we need 2 belts of coke. So, I mean, technically, I know this is crazy, but if we really wanted this to work, we could We could have it so that we end up using a little bit of the gasoline plus hydrogen recipe to make, or no, what is it? Hydrogen plus, and whatever this one is. Hydrogen plus anthracene will make a tiny bit more gasoline and a tiny bit less Coke, and I could use that recipe to get rid of a little bit of the Coke, or not make some of the Coke, such that we end up not making too much steam, so that we actually could just recycle all of our Coke that's made. It would be a mess to do it that way, so I'm not going to, but that is technically an option if we wanted like a perfect kind of recycling of Coke if we have too much. Bring in another belt of rock coal for power and prioritize Coke into that too. Yeah, the problem is power usage is kind of scary. This is only 18 megawatts of power, which is 36 megajoules of fuel, which is only 7 Coke out of 27. So this is very power positive, I will say. So power is not a way to soak up excess Coke. A small amount of it, but not most of it. Am I factoring in the other Coke dump I made? What Coke dump did I make? I need radars. Yes, I also say I need a ton of radars. Guess why we don't have radars? I don't think we made another Coke dump. I mean, oh, are you talking about this? These little guys? They can burn through 4 Coke. So, I mean, probably the easiest way is to just trash the Coke. And then I can literally delete those to make sure we don't have too much of them, because it's such a small amount anyway. And then we could just send the ash out, but... to Ronin, yes, that is true. If I were to reroute all of the Coke to provide for the steam, and then that steam could provide for the power, that would work fine. The problem that I don't like with using power as a sink is it's very inconsistent. If your base is using a small percentage of its power, you might end up not sinking enough into the power production. Like, let's say it's working fine because I'm only using steam power, but then I unlock the geothermal power and I go put, you know, 5 gigawatts worth of steam power connected to the electric network, and now all of a sudden we're only using 5% of our maximum power, and now all of a sudden we're not using enough Coke. So that's very much an issue that can occur if you're using power as a sink. It is a small amount though, so it'd probably be fine. Yeah, I mean, I could just vent the steam instead of using it for power. So yeah, there are definitely options. The first thing I need to do is take a break, and I need to grab a snack real quick. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll come back and start solving these problems. Yeah, we have a lot of pain in the ash going on here. The Nullius power system? Yeah, the Nullius power system is cool. I wouldn't call it a power system necessarily. It's just the ability to have different priorities of power. That is technically already in the game. I've always hoped for the ability for mods to set... Like, I would love to be able to place a steam engine. And I'd be fine if this was a research and you didn't start the game with this ability. But I'd love to be able to click on it. You can't click on it, you know? Can't click on steam engines. I'd love to be able to click on it and set a number between 1 and 10 as power priority. And then you could just so much more easily have power prioritization in different parts of your base without having to connect them to accumulators, without having to have these weird power hysteresis issues with power switches. It very much would be smoother in my mind if we could just directly control the priority of power producers. And yeah, I have nothing else to say. That would be very nice. All right, quick break. I'm gonna grab a snack, so it'll be a couple minutes. So you guys stretch your legs, get something to drink or eat, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright. I've got some food here, so I'll leave the break sign up while I eat. Yeah, so how are we gonna get rid of this Coke? Let me think. Oh, that's hot. Hot food. We have 25, 27. The problem is we don't have splitters. If we had splitters, I would just do the priority to make steam thing. But without splitters, that's actually really hard. Oh, have I thought it? Yes, I'm planning on doing multiple sushi builds for sure. Yeah, I mean, the problem, though, Mandriot, is that we would need 30 inserters. I mean, it's fine. That's just a lot of inserters. No. We would need 30 inserters if they were turned diagonally. Well, wait. An inserter moves like 0.75. So 10 moves 7.5. So we need about 40 inserters, or 20 if they're all 90-degree ones. Yeah, I mean, Mandriot, that is priority. Right, I mean, low priority is effectively just the other side of the coin of high priority. So, that's the same idea as what we're getting at right now. Basically, the idea is we would only send coke over to become steam if we had too much of it. What's interesting is I basically brought this upon myself. I could have built this to be self-sufficient so that we used the coke to make the steam, and then I would have only needed 1 belt of raw coal instead of 4, right? But I chose instead to use raw coal for steam so that we could have the coke as a product, and now I'm sitting here going, what do I do with all this coke? But we'll need it, I promise. I'm almost done snacking here. Charlie Sheen. Now there's a name I have not heard in a long time. Yeah, so the hard part, and this is true of just, I mean, it's true of Factorio, it's true of some, well, a lot of things in pYanodon's, is you don't want to use coke from this to fuel something like making iron if it's not going to be a consistent flow, right? So the question, the first question is like, is this a primary product that will always be available, or is this a byproduct that I just want to use when we have it available? And I think the answer to that is it is always going to be available, right? As long as we put overflows on things. This is just always the difficulty of making a build that makes like 5 different things, right? Because it's like, well, we're doing it to get aromatics and to get gasoline and to get creosote and to get coke. So we basically need to be able to avoid all of those things if we have too much of them, so that the other ones keep running. I think we'll use this coke for acetylene for sure. And then I don't know, whatever else we need coke for. This will be my main source of coke for a while. I don't think I won't need more than 27 for a long time. All right. Let's whip up an acetylene build. Starbursts are so good. Specifically the minis. I don't know if you guys, again, for those of you not from America, you don't understand the joys of corn syrup, but these things are absurdly good. That's all I have to say. It's like, it is an experience. All right, just a few of those is all you need. Oh, and I lost my water. I am gonna need that. I'll be right back. I swear, I would lose my head if it was not attached, or at least I would forget it in the other room half the time. Test comment? Wait, is it not working anymore? Did it work? No, it's working. All right, sorry about that. I went to grab my water, realized I need a little bit of ice, so I put some ice in it, and then I realized, oh, there's this thing I need for tonight, for a New Year's party. And then I was like, if I don't grab that now, I'll forget it. So I grabbed that, I put it on the counter, and then I walked back in here, and then I didn't have my water. You know, it's just the classic. All right, anyway, how much are we talking for mining? Lead is 10 a piece. That is a lot. 7 coke makes 100 acetylene. That's a lot. Also a lot of fuel value. right? We're turning 35 megajoules worth of coke into 100 megajoules worth of fluid fuel. So that is a very, very powerful fuel. And we get slaked lime, because why not? Solution, attach water to my head. Hey, then I lose them both at the same time. That's the problem. Alright. Hello everyone, Krydax here. Welcome back to our pYanodon's Season 3 run. We've been thinking a little bit about what to do with the coke. I still haven't come to any conclusions. I also need to get the coke out of these. I completely forgot about that. So I'm thinking, actually, what side? Probably should extract on this side. Something like this. How many buildings is this again? 7. So then, but what's the rate? The rate is 14 coke a second. So I do actually need to do 3.5 buildings on one side, and then this will go onto the inside of a belt, and then that one goes on that side. Let me do this. Actually, no, sorry. What you want to do is the last building should go onto both sides, because it might only be able to fit into certain spots. So no, this was right. So I do three buildings, and then I go like that, and then we do 3 more buildings, and then the last building can fit stuff onto both sides of the belt, and that should work. Do I not have near inserters research yet? No, I do not. Though I just realized we can in like 2 seconds get that done. I don't know what prevented me from doing this. I also will not do long inserters. The reason is I'm a cheater, but I'm not a dirty cheater. So long inserters in regular pYanodon's are restricted to this recipe. So from my perspective, I shouldn't be allowed to use long inserters until I make them, quote unquote, even though I use Bob's Adjustables and I never will actually make long-handed inserters. So it's a little bit of an issue because like these are sort of expensive, and the fact that I don't need to automate them is going to save me some resources. And that's not why I'm doing it, but it is going to happen. So it's kind of a unfortunate cheat that I don't really need. But at least I will wait until I have all of these resources automated before I start using long inserters. So that's how I balance it for myself, slightly. All right, now this is going to be a lot of coke. And what we really want, maybe I should have these come up and over here, and we figure out how to prioritize. It's just such a pain. Ugh. I mean, I'm literally considering boilers and sinkholes or gas vents to get rid of the steam. Can you get rid of steam? I feel like there was this weird issue before. Is this still... I actually remember this being a problem. Okay, you can. I think they added this. I feel like there was... I'm remembering fairly clearly, I'm 80% sure of this, that you couldn't void steam in a gas vent before. And you had to use like a tailings pond to void steam, and it was really silly. Anyway, what am I gonna do? So if I wanted to use these to prioritize over these, we're gonna need like 40 inserters and a whole lot of mess. I could just burn it all and dump the extra, I could... Is it easier to make acetylene and dump that? Could make gunpowder. That's not really a way to dump it, though. Let's see. One high-pressure furnace only soaks up about 2 coke per second. And the lime... Oh, wait. No. Sorry. I need to look at the build. Because we also need coke. I didn't finish this build out. Because the lime itself uses coke, too. I was forgetting about that. Oh, look at that. Look at 1, 4, 8, 10 to 100. What are all these nice numbers doing in my pYanodon's? Get out of here, man. Okay, so if I were to do this... Or no, we have 30. So if I were to do this... I could build this out, and then we have a coke sink, basically, for up to 2 belts of coke. That also produces an absurd amount of fluid fuel. Acetylene is 1 megajoule a piece, which means that a single coke, which is 5 megajoules, makes 10 megajoules worth of acetylene fuel. So, for the low cost of 43 megawatts, yeah, this is not ideal. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut this down. 14 megawatts would be 30, which is 6 coke. So if I was gonna power this build with its own coke, I would need 6 more coke to provide 30 megawatts because the efficiency of 50% in a steam turbine. So the megajoule values for fluid fuels are per 10 units. No, that's not right to run in. I'm like 99% sure of that, unless it changed. That is actually per unit. That would be really bad if it wasn't per unit. We can double check, but like, I'm pretty sure when these were consuming tar, I don't have any right now. Probably because coke is backed up because steel is backed up. That's my guess. Yeah, that's what's going on. So if I add a few more coke grabbers, that should fire up the tar making again. And then that should make one of these run long enough for us to look at it. And the consumption is 50 a second. 50 tar is exactly enough to make 100 or 10 megawatts. So no, that's right. It is per 1 unit to Ronin. Because 5 units provides 1 megajoule because it's 200 kilojoules each. So 5 units is 1 megawatt, 50 units is 10 megawatts. And this consumes 50 a second when it has enough. So, all that to say, I'm thinking what we'll do here is I'll just do 200 acetylene. We'll do this build. And then we'll use some of the coke to make some power. And between power and this, it should soak up enough. Technically, it could back up, so I do need to have some other form of output, and maybe I could do some priority over there. But for the most part, it should be okay. And this way we get some power for the base as well when this isn't running. So that's kind of why I'm doing it. But we're gonna need all sorts of stuff, like gasifiers. I need more steel. We need a lot of stuff. Do I need more glass? Maybe a little bit. Ooh, look at all that biomass. I will need some sap at some point, so I should put this in the actual dump zone over here. But but I definitely don't need it right now. Alright. Anything else to dump? Not yet. Let me grab more crafting ingredients. Don't need that. Oh, I did not mean to control click. There we go. Yeah, and that's the other thing, Roarin, is I could separate the power networks, but then the problem of that is then I can't use that power for the base. So they're really, we got some good decisions already at this stage of the game. Like, there's a lot of different ways I could do this, and they all have pros and cons. I don't really feel like there's a wrong decision. They're all going to take some amount of work, though. I do need to keep some logs for making electric poles. Hey, Happy New Year to you, Parappa. I'm not quite there myself, but I know some people already are. So that's fun. Anyway, let me make some more lamps. Okay, so what was I doing? I think I have enough pipes. What I don't need is these guys. Delete those forever. Okay, I think we're good for now. On all the things. Alright, so back to crafting. I am missing steel. Over. Can you... I have an idea. Krydax has an idea. Krydax is going to put a blue... Oh, I don't like that. Never mind. I wish there was a... Maybe I need to get the Nixie Tubes mod. I would like there to be a setting for imminence? Whether it emanates a glow or not. Because what I want is a blue light, but what I don't want is for it to make the entire zone that it normally lights up blue, if that makes sense. And like you can sort of offset it by putting white lights, but then it makes some weird like halo effects and stuff. So it's not really a great solution. Because I was thinking I could put a blue light next to all of my metal pickups, just so I know like that's where it is. Because they get lost so easily. But part of the downside of my brighter lamps mod is that it's creating a zone of that color that's way bigger than it even normally would be. So I don't know if I love that. One color inside 8 white lamps. I don't know if that's a great idea. Alright, we were also missing aluminum. Alright, that should be enough for 16. I already have 4, so that's 6, and then 10 more. And then 8 HPFs. I'll make 10 because they're useful. Oh, we needed 10. Never mind. I'll make a few more. You always need HPFs. Okay, and then acetylene is going to be needed to mine titanium, which is down there. And to mine lead, which is out to the front. I just make it over here. Am I planning to continue GregTech New Horizons? No, that save is done. I do plan to return to play more GregTech New Horizons someday, but it will not be on that save. I will certainly start a new one. Okay, anyway, we've got our coke, we've got that. We need to do this. What do I do with this? This is... look, don't judge me. I have an idea, but it's kind of gross. Because the amount of coke that comes from here is going to be... What did we calculate? It was this. 2.041. So what we want is... to measure these two and this one. So we're gonna read, hold, enable, disable, and if Coke is greater than 5, then this will stop for a split second. If there's more than 5, it means that there has to be at least one on each. Oh, I don't know how corners work though. You guys know how curves work? Will it still fit 4 on that tile? I guess we can find out directly right now. Corners are 5 per side. That sounds so messed up, but you're probably right. It's something ridiculous. Oh, wait. So that's... Okay, we'll remove that for a second. No, it's only 2. 2 on the inside edge is what we're getting there. And then on the outside edge, it is 5. Okay, well that throws a wrench in my plans. That'll still be on the inside edge. I mean, I can just do this. Alright. Well, that makes it a little better. Anyway, so now we're down to 4 per side. So if there's 5, that means there's at least 1 on each. So this will stop as soon as those get loaded on. Then this should start running again. If those are on the inside... Okay, this one is on the closer side, which is what we want. This one is now on the closer side as well, which is what we want, because then as soon as these load on, this one will start up again, and I don't want a big gap between those. Whereas if these were on the front, it would wait until there's room to get off the front of these belts, and then there would be a gap when this one starts up again. So, this is a little better. So then, yeah, we want this to stop if it's greater than 5, which means I need less than or equal to 5 there. So there we go. That's a nightmarish a way to do it with circuits. Beautiful. The Steam Age has more multi-blocks in Greg Technical Horizons. Yeah, that's definitely something I'm excited to get back to someday. I had a lot of fun with it, but it's a very different mood and vibe than Factorio, that's for sure. Okay, I need to decide right now. Am I going to use any of that Coke to power the steam over here? No, I'm not gonna. We're just gonna bring it all down. I'm gonna bring it over to here. Just to be close to other belts. I find that it's usually a good idea where you can in pYanodon's to put belts near each other. And even if they're not right next to each other, just because then you end up having more space to do other things. If you have belts crisscrossing all over the place, you just end up using a lot of real estate on belts. So I kind of make these highway type areas. I don't like where this molybdenum patch is. Do I have another one? Could I just delete that one? No, that's kind of the only one around. There might be another one close, but I don't know where it is. We'll leave science over here, and we're not going to mess with that. So Coke will come down here. I'm just sitting here thinking, like, do I want a central Coke build or not? And the reason I don't is because we just don't have a great way to make Coke yet. So what I'll probably do is once we get the red hot Coke stuff going, which we get in green science, I think. or late pi1. We'll probably replace this build and this build, because we have some coke down here and we have some coke up here. I could just replace that now, but then we aren't producing coal gas for the purposes of mining aluminum. So these are kind of the only way to get aluminum right now. And they're gonna make some coke as well. We're currently ditching the tar. I could reroute that tar up here, and then we would have less coal gas from up. What am I doing with the turning the coal gas into syngas? Right. So what I might do then is I could route the coal gas from up here down for aluminum mining, and that way I always have enough coal gas, and then I only make syngas when we don't need the coal gas for aluminum mining. And then I could stop these two. We could send the coke over to those places. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, exactly, Taronin. That's what I was thinking. Like, I don't need to be as stingy about syngas just because of all the extra gasoline that we have that we didn't used to have. And the extra coke that we have that we didn't used to have means I can make more acetylene, which is even another way to power my fluid buildings. So what that means is we need to bring a belt of coke over and down, and it will feed that and that. Well, it'll feed, I guess the steel's over here, so it'll feed the steel and then it'll feed CO2. Okay, so let's get that done. I need more belts. I only have 150 left. Yeah, syngas itself is not needed for a while. In fact, do you ever need I feel like you need refined syngas, but not ever just regular. I guess phosphate rocks need it. And and chromium. Okay. I forgot about Okay, just kidding. You need it for lots of things. Okay, I ignore me. Ignore the man behind the curtain, or in this case, the man in front of the curtain. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Anyway, why am I over here? Belts. You know, I should put that in the red zone, and then this will fill up with belts. How's iron doing, by the way? The iron patch was hurting a little bit. We are seriously using it up. We're down to 700,000. That's crazy. I mean, we just started, but I've already used 1.2 million iron? Come on, that's not fair. Wow. I'm glad we have some big patches around here. 25 million should last a while. But still, I'm kind of flabbergasted we've already used 1.2 million. That's insane. So what do I need to do here? So I need to copy this. This is problematic. Need to move. Oh god. Can I? Think I can move all this down a tile. And then do that. This. Is that right? No, that's ash. This is for ash. Where was coal going? Oh, coal was being side-loaded onto this belt. Like that. This is ash, which is now this one. And then I'm missing the other copper belt. I think I screwed up. I think it was supposed to be like this. Okay. Transport dinos. The caravans are already available? Where are they now? Make that look less ridiculous. Okay, wow, that was much ado about nothing. Alright, but now I can fit this here. And then this guy. These two, oh my gosh, this is all just dead right here. Feels so weird. And then I can just bring this one down and over to here. Top of the belt. And then we're gonna pull the old switcheroo. So now this is the iron. Well, let's see. This is the iron that we now want to feed all of the different things. Like with the extra. Basically, I want this iron to go to where this one was. This iron is now this one. They're all just switching places. This one goes up to there, and this one goes up to what is now this one. And then the one that goes to all four is this one. You know, I might need to do something like this. And then this guy can go up here to there. Okay, that should keep our iron going until we actually use up the whole patch. Which is not going to be as long as we hope it will be. Craziness. I didn't think we'd run out of this patch that fast. That's scaring me. It will help once we start actually doing iron crushing. You know? Hey, but tar processing, we can check that off the list. Power got borked. Yes, it did. I probably just disconnected it. You know, we have pipe visualizer. We need power network visualizer. Yeah, I think we're good now. Maybe. I didn't yarm it up. I don't actually know. What's the button for it? Resource monitor. Eight hours. It's not very long. That is not very long at all. 6 hours, 45 minutes. Well, we'll see once it keeps running, but yeah, that's not very long. Part of the problem is we aren't doing more efficient production methods but even then. All right, I got totally distracted. We were taking coal. Am I going to use the caravans? Yes, yes, I will. Probably, I think. I don't know for sure. Taking the coal. Go this way with it. This iron is such a mess. Needing to deal with all the carriaging and coal and stuff. Trying to think about where to put the coke belt that goes down. I'm not really sure. We'll find a place. It's never not worked before. Alright, and then we do want to load onto the steel belt, and now we can do this. Yay! I can need up to 2 coke per second. And then the coke is gonna come down through the middle into kind of an empty spot. Perfect. Alright, so there's coke, and then we bring that down here and over, leave some space. Oh, I have an extra belt of raw coal too, just chillaxing. That's always fun. But yeah, now I can ditch all that. Delete you later. Maybe? I don't know. And now we need a coal gas pipeline somewhere. Oh, we already have one. Derp. That wasn't a very yellow color, so I thought it was something else for some reason. Oh yeah, and we have this. LOL. I guess I still can't make tanks because I need lead. So that is still the best I can do for storage, which is hilarious. Alright, we'll connect this up. And then over... So then what we need is for this to be an overflow. And then this 1200 a second should be plenty, so I don't need to worry about that. And I can connect down. So we'll use all the coal gas for making non-syn gas. Oh, did I never connect the water? Oh, we moved it, that's right. And I never fixed that issue. Okay, so that's fixed. Oh boy, and then we bring this down. Are you guys feeling the zen? And it's not freaking out about pipe extents? Oh, that's because it's not hooked up over here. Yeah, it's definitely gonna freak out about pipe extents here in a second. right about now. No? 277 out of 320. Wow. I would have imagined that would have been too far. It works. Yeah, I mean, I can do lead mining. I just need... Well, I don't have acetylene actually yet. But soon. Soon I will. Alright, so now aluminum mining is good to go. On the presupposition that this is running. This is only running if we need tar. Okay, so first thing I need to do is get syngas brought down into my fluid fuel network, which is this. Which will not be tar forever. Let's actually put it right here. And then connect up. So the problems you start running into with the idea of one major fluid fuel network is that if it's too big for the pipeline extents, this is the Zen gardening experience right now. If it's too big for the pipeline extents, then you're gonna have to move stuff with pumps from one to the other. But the problem is then you can have these islands where, so you're gonna have power being pumped into these networks. But if one of them is emptying out and the other one has a different, well, if one has acetylene and the other one has gasoline, well, now they can't pump into each other, and then one can empty out. So you have to have every single one be able to pump into the other one. It can't, I don't even know. Dragging AFH undergroundies still does not work. Right, that is correct. It is a sad reality. The next reality is, can I actually get syngas down through here? We can. Alright, there's syngas. Tar also needs to come over. Kind of scared to hook this up because I think once I do, it's all gonna start running. I don't have the power for that yet either, so I probably should set up the acetylene power thing first. Okay, so then boom. Oh, that's of course one tile too far. Okay, that seemed to work. And it's not making more syngas because we're not using the tar. Okay. I mean, I think our power is going to go negative, but let's fire it up. We worked hard on this. Oh. Okay, we need to hook up the steam still. That's easy enough. That just hooks up right here. There we go. Bubbling, bubbling and boiling. Created the first creosote. Oh boy. We didn't hook up the pitch, it looks like. No, we did, we did. Middle oil's getting processed. This one is hooked up. For whatever reason, it's not getting any. What drugs was I taking when I decided that we had enough inserters on this? I have 7 buildings and 14 coke. That's 3 inserters apiece. Why did I think... That's odd. Alright, there we go. I don't know what I was doing, but there we go. Yeah, that is your bad, gaming strudel. How dare you forget that. Anthracene is backed up because we didn't hook it up? Yeah, that's why. That's this one. And this one. Oh, I missed the lock button so much. Ryguard, please, please make advanced fluid handling. Again. Alright, there we go. Beautiful. Coke and gasoline. Yes. Beautiful. We got aromatics, we got gas. And then what we'll do is we'll just do another thingy. So there's gasoline being pumped in. So that'll burn through the syngas or the gasoline. There is the issue of at the end it's not going to be fast enough, yada yada yada. I'm not going to worry about that right now. We don't need our glassworks blowing glass at full speed anyway. And then I do need overflows on these. I mean, realistically, I should probably space it out a bit more. Because let's do like a... I can't make tanks. I keep trying to make tanks. How long will it take me to remember I don't have tanks yet? Goodness. Alright, well anyway, that's a lot of coke. Missed a belt there. And then this is going to be a splitter, which I don't have yet. And then that goes to steel, and then this coke comes all the way down. And goes to making CO2 for moss. And that's great. I mean, I think that's good. We don't need to do anything else with that. And the coal gas is hooked up. So then these should not be running anymore. So let's cut this off. We'll let that finish out, but that's not needing to do anything anymore. This is no longer necessary. It's kind of necessary. Need an overflow on CO2? No, it's just we only make the CO2 that we need. We don't... It's not a coke sink. I would need... Oh god, how many would I need? I would need about 5 million. No, 1... Yeah, they only use 2/5 of a coke per second. So that's not gonna be an easy way. You would need a lot of high pressure furnaces to do that. All right. Woo. So what we'll probably do is we'll have this belt carry on, and then I'll probably just do something like this. Splitters will make that better, but for now that's fine. The Modulus trailer. Yeah, that's a game that does look cool. I don't think it will be as good as Factorio. That's kind of that's just not gonna happen. You know, maybe we'll get lucky, but it looks to me it looks a lot like that other block game I played. I'm not gonna remember the name of it, Block Factory or something. It's kind of like that one. It looks a little better than that one, but it looks I don't know the right words, but it looks like it's gonna have some of the same issues as that one. So we'll see how it goes. All right, need to get rid of crap. Okay, so now we build the acetylene build. Plus power. How much power was I gonna build? So the acetylene build requires 29 megawatts, which requires how much? That's 60 divided by 5 is 12 coke. Or I guess I need to think about 3.7. I think, can I forget if you can do power. You can do power in here. You could. Does it still work? I wonder if 2.0 broke it. How do you do it again? I think it's just in here. Yeah, that's what it is. So we do this. And then we change the temperature to 250. And then I should be able to just plug in 29 there. That's not right. Maybe it is right. I don't actually know. Is that right? Maybe. I'm gonna try to sit up straight for once. So I only need 8 steam engines? No, it's 2 boilers. $15 times 3. Something seems off. Because these make 3.7 a piece. Divided by 2. Because of the efficiency issue. They're going to end up making that much a piece. Times 15.6. Oh, okay. Maybe that's right then. Alright, cool. Those are the right numbers. Boom. Gimme. Gimme. We're going to need water over here. Tired of taking water everywhere. But the good news is we already have water right there. And unlike... You used to have to worry about, like, how much water am I using all over the place, right? You don't have to worry about that anymore. Because now you can just pump more water into the system and pump more water out of different parts of the system. So, like, you don't have to worry about not enough water, or you don't have to worry about too much water flowing through one section of the system, which is what you always used to have to worry about. So it is kind of nice. If the extents get too big, I just pump out, and then we've got water over there. So that's easy enough. So, like right there is where it happens. So we can just do this. We need power anyway. So there you go. Alright, and then... So the first thing I want to do is run 16 boilers. With this design. Oh! You can do that. You can copy from fogged sections. I didn't think you could. But you can. So I don't have to run over there just to copy it. Oh, that's nice. If only I had known. That's nice. Alright, let's space this out from the research. Always leave lots of space. More space than I want to. And then I don't need these two belts. Bring the coke down. And over. And then I just need 8 steam engines. Okay. We're gonna need to get rid of ash. Oh, so tired of ash. Oh, the ash is everywhere, and we're never gonna be rid of it, and I don't know what to do. What am I gonna do? I need, like, you just need an ash highway everywhere, is the problem. So should I be doing this here? Do we get ash? No. Probably should have done this somewhere else. That's fine. The problem is this is like a decent amount of ash. This ain't no slouchy amount of ash. How much was the separation thing again? 10 a second. So one of these ash separation doodads does a pretty good job of getting rid of a lot of it. You need all the inserters, but that seems good. Was that worth it? We said it increases stacking density by 4x if I get rid of the coal dust. Which is kind of a big if. Yeah, just without having splitters, it doesn't feel simple enough. So we will route the ash back. You survived with fish turbine. Yeah, when do we get those? Do we already have them? Oh. I already have them. Yeah, that is another way to get power that I could certainly take advantage of. When we finally have splitters, it is going to feel so freaking good. I guess I want this to be down here. Containers are Pi 1? I don't know what you mean by containers. Like warehouse type things? Yes, those are Pi 1. much ash. Oh, the pain of the ash is great. Yeah, warehouses at home, exactly. Oh, goodness. Okay, so that's done. Back over here. We got some paving the world to do as well. Okay, well that gets rid of the ash. And then back to building. So we need the rest of the coke. Oh, this makes CO2 as well. 2, 8, 16. Huh. Um, 20 is unfortunate. Calcium carbide. Because we've got a full belt of coke. A single lane of lime, and then 3 lanes of carbide. So there's a world where I put the lime and carbide together. That's kind of probably not a good idea. I need 4 belts otherwise. What if I try to go fancy? Because this is the ratio. And what if we direct feed? Eight 28ths. What is that? 2.5. So we need 1.25 into each. So that is gonna do it. Or if we're taking advantage of Bob's adjustable inserters, that was also gonna do it. Of course those don't connect, but they will like that. So then I can just copy that. Okay. And then one of these can feed 2 of those, and that spacing fits perfectly. That's hashtag blessed. Like, that feels kind of good. Though, wait a second. So that, it might not work. I'm undecided. Pinky out fancy, yes. So the carbide is fine. The water's fine, so I can ignore those. Each of these needs about 2 per second coke and 1/2 per second lime. The coke just comes from a belt, so this can be the coke belt. What, is this half of what I need? This is half of what I need. I knew something was wrong. Whoa, this is a big build. Why do I play pYanodon's again? I thought something looked off. This is only half of what we need. Okay, so one of these will feed 4 of those. That's okay. I knew something was off. But that being said, the lime could go on a belt like this. So I need 2 of these making lime. And they'll take some coke as well. And they'll get first dibs at the coke. So why don't we have these 2 over here? Where's power? I need to connect power over here. Am I gonna sinkhole the slaked lime? Probably. Once I have tanks, I'll put it in tanks so I can store up some, but yeah, I don't really have any need for it right now. Yeah, 2 making lime. I don't think CO2 does anything for me right now either. It's impossible to know from Factoriopedia. We need it for methane, methanol, yeah, a bunch of other stuff we're not making for a long time. So I think what we'll do is that this will be feeding the 2 coke, and then the sideways one feeds the 4. Well, it's not 4, it's more like half of a lime. Why can't I hold all these limes? And then we're gonna... Can I flip this vertically without it breaking on me? I don't know anymore. Yes. Yes, we can. Do that. Let the little dudes figure out where to go. Okay. And this belt of coke comes down. Need 3 a second each. Just 5. Oh, I really need splitters. Because if these are equal belts with both being almost full, the power should use most of one belt. Which means this won't have too much left for it, so... This belt... I mean, I want them both to have... So frustrating. I don't think this is easy without splitters. Because I kind of want this one to end up going into this as well. I guess I can do this and then like grab a little bit from it. Okay, good enough. And then we've got lime coming out. What is it, 2 on each? 3 output. Alright, so there's lime. But we need a splitter. For 2 lime. Go down to there. And then we need all of the possible coke to then split into this direction and the downwards direction. How many do I need? I think it's better to do 90-degree inserters. Three, 6. We only need half of a belt. Like this. I guess if it's only half of a belt, that's only 18 divided by 2. That's still 9. I couldn't have combined. Wait, no, I could combine. Because if I'm only doing... Smart. Alright, hold on. Change of pace. So, because we only need less... For all 8, we need 14. So for 4, we only need 7. So we can put the lime and the coke on different sides of the same belt. Each building will need 18/8 of an item, which is like 2.25 or something. So we will do 4 inserters just to make sure. And then this lime will meet with this coke to be on this belt, and then that'll go there. Okay, we're getting there. 4 inserters. I guess we should put them closer, because why not? Wow. Okay. All of that together should produce acetylene. I think. Yes, you got to put the lime with the coconut. Or something like that. Which mods to move the buildings with keys? That is the even picker dollies is the name of it now. For Factorio 2.0. If each building needs 4 inserters, how is 4 inserters going to handle the split? That's only the split of lime. The split of coke is from over here. And these inserters can handle a lot more. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was like, are those going to give me the inserter rates? But this is enough to handle 9. So that should work. Oh, and of course I need 4 limestone, which I kind of, in the back of my head, I just was ignoring as an ingredient, you know, because it's so cheap, but you still have to actually make it. And I think we're gonna need a lot of soil extractors now that I think about it. Yeah. Yep. We're gonna need 10 soil extractors. Good God. All right. Maybe I bit off more than I could chew here. But that's part of the fun. Is it not? I need those. What do I need? Plates? Plates. and stone. You always need more stone. All right, so soil extracting. Let's see here. We need 2 a second. This seems like a good usage for a shoot. Oh, what? No! My custom recipe got deleted. It's fine. I'm not going to use very many shoots, so I'm not too concerned about it. Wow, that's slow. Let's just go right. Go as close as we can. And we need 5 soil extractors per building. Go right there into the edge of the building. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my goodness. Yeah, everything needs stone furnaces and everything needs engines. Those 2 would probably be worth my time to automate. Alright, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then water right here. Which could be... What's the best way to do this? T-junction here, followed by that L there, followed by that. Okay, perfect. Alright. Followed by crafting some small electric poles. Yes, the steam engine's only stacking to 10. Because someone had actually mentioned that on stream, and it ends up only densifying your inventory by 2, but it also saves you the crafting time. So it's 2 bonuses to have some steam engines in your inventory. But yeah, the stone furnaces are obviously way denser. They're 5x denser than stone. So having a couple stacks of those is probably a good idea. Alright, now I screwed up because these are only 3.75, but that's per lane. So what I need is to do some sort of go on to both lanes situation. Because it's only half of 3.75 per lane. Limestone, lane. A lot of L words. Yeah, anyway, you guys get what's going on. So that should work now. And with any amount of luck, if we can ditch this CO2, which I just realized is going to be a problem. This is all going according to plan. Oh, no. All going according to plan. Don't you guys worry. Alright. Gas vent, where are you at? I should make a few of those and just have them down here. Same with sinkholes. Alright. Ditch the CO2. We're getting there. Alright, and then the last thing we need to do is hook up the lime and acetylene like so, probably with the power pole. Of course it doesn't reach. S3L5 means livestream 5, season 3 livestream 5. I'm considering changing it because enough people have asked that it's probably not super clear, but I also don't want to type out stream 5 because then it's like way too long in the title. Alright, so I copy this. Episode 5, I can't use E5 because live streams are different than episodes. Because these are being uploaded. So yeah, that's why it's tricky. All right, I think we're almost there. We need to connect the water. How much water is this going to use, by the way? 700. That's getting to the point where we're going to need another offshore pump. I have 3 offshore pumps. Perfect. Okay, we're fine. Why don't I hook the water up around the front here? The water's attached. And then I'll hook this water up just like randomly right here or something. I think I like this better. Alright. What am I doing with the steam? I'm putting it into these 8 steam engines that I have not yet placed. That's what. Would I have remembered if you didn't remind me? Who knows? I just deleted the Steam contents by doing that. I knew I was just doing it. I did it anyway. What's it cost us? Some Coke? We're gonna have plenty of that. Though, why are we not seeing Coke show up? I'm sure there's a reason that's a good one. I just don't know what it is right now. I guess aromatics for zinc is checked off the list. Syngas for fuel is checked off the list. And so is acetylene for lead and titanium, though that wasn't on the list. But we can check it off the list. Oh, I know what it is. It's just we're backing up on stuff. Did we do a vent for hydrogen as well? I don't think we ever did that. So let's get that done. Why is this so hard? I guess the easiest thing is to just do something like this and vent it. Okay, so hydrogen's taken care of. Creosote. We will have more than enough creosote over time. So we're gonna overflow valve that. I'm gonna make some more overflow valves. And then we're gonna have a lot of acetylene as well. Overflow valve that. Boom. All right. How deep is this into the game? 18 hours, which is basically still working on the tutorial at this point. We are needing to make a lot of stuff before the next science pack, but we're getting some good progress. We're getting progress. So these are not running now. Why is that? We're jammed up on creosote still. Did I not actually connect these? Oh. Oh, are there 3 sources of creosote in our build? There are. Okay, I didn't realize that. Yeah, here we go. Nope, not that one. This one. Okay, that should get things running again. No, we forgot these. I knew something was wrong. There we go. I'm just looking at all the pipe connections, seeing if they all look correct. They do seem to look correct for now. Yes, we have the flower science, which is basically just starting the game, but even that, you know, is like so much harder than regular Factorio science. Gasoline, we also need an overflow on. And then syngas needs an overflow. Alright, so that should work. To get rid of syngas, to get rid of gasoline, and to get rid of aromatics. Now why are we not running? This should be running. We're out of tar. Why are we out of tar? We're out of tar because... Oh, right. We're not disposing of the ash. So much ash. Ash Mountain is over there. We're gonna go right here. He's gonna be on one side of the belt, right? 1.667. This makes a tiny bit of ash. So if this one ever runs, we need it to... Well, that's the only solid output, so I don't need filters. But we need to make sure the ash gets on that belt. Yeah, there's just a lot of things to deal with. You gotta deal with all the ash, you gotta deal with all the inputs, you gotta deal with all the things, and all the stuff, and all the other things, and all the other stuff. This one shouldn't need to be as big, but I'll put it right. I'll just put it right there. This is ridiculous. Just look at this. Oh, the price of my hubris for building this big. I probably could have built this all half as big and it would have been just fine. It would have been just fine, but here we are. Now it's still not running. Now what? No coal gas, no... Ah, yes. Iron oxide. Good. Oh, okay. Zen. Zen. Yes, thank you, Pi gods, for this day. Alright, what are we doing with iron oxide? I could smelt it. It's slightly denser if we smelt it. You know, this one's interesting. We're not going to have it for a bit, but you can make this from only water and iron oxide, because the iron oxide can make the plates to make the pipes. So you can get iron oxide tiles purely from iron oxide, which is kind of nice. But there's really nothing we can do with this right now other than iron plates. And we can't burn it until we get burners. And we can't burn burners until we get pie packs. So that means we're going to put it in some chests. How quick is this going to build up oxide? 0.329? What is that per hour? Oh, that doesn't change anything. 3600. Only 1100 oxide an hour, which is only like, well, 1200. So like 600 plates. So 6 stacks an hour. That's not bad. That's not bad. So 6 stacks an hour mean we can just foundry this. That one. 0.329 can be handled by 1 inserter. Each of these is 5 hours worth, so that's 30 hours right there. All right, remind me, when we're at 50 hours of playtime, there's gonna be a lot of things that are full. Or at least if they're running constantly, they'll be full by then. And this one does not make oxide, but makes ash instead, which we're dealing with, so this all seems to be okay. Sweet, 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 okay. That's running, these things are all running. Power is... I'm surprised that it's still working, to be honest. I have my doubts that we can sustain this power usage. I think it's just because Steam got built up. Someday we will have in-game alerts for things. That day is not this day. We need batteries before that. Actually, no. The speakers we only need circuits for, and Pi1 science. But we don't need the batteries like we need for combinators. Wait, 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 is there not a selector combinator? Oh, there is. It's just a different research. Weird. Why is it a different research? That feels kind of unnecessary. It's not even an expensive research. It's like half price or less. Yeah, we'll get them just in time to wish we had them sooner. That's exactly right. Okay, well, we're an hour and 27 minutes into this episode, and I think we will have to call it here. But first, we will honor another Patreon supporter in our Zen garden of names. Oh, in the base game, it requires red circuits, so it's later in the tech tree. I see, got it. Okay, and then these need to be hooked up to power. Now, the problem here is that we are prioritizing power over acetylene. So if we end up having excess fuel to make power in other parts of the base, then this is providing, it's basically meaning we're getting less acetylene than we could be getting. For now, I think it's fine because I think we need the power. So I'm not gonna mess with it. But yeah, so these should be working now. And yeah, I mean, it looks like the acetylene's all working. So, sweet. All right, well, we'll work on connecting all that up in the next episode. Slaked lime is just gonna get dumped for now. Later on, it's useful for helping to make... Oh, wait, what? What? Is this a new... This is a new recipe. This is 100% a new recipe. Unless I missed it for all these years, but I don't think so. No. There was no use for slaked lime at this point in the game. So we can get some of our lime back? Hold on. We'll go to the Zen Garden in a moment, but this requires finding out WTF. So we're getting 50 slaked lime, which turns into... Okay, so we would get not quite 25% of our lime back. And this is already only using about 1/3 of our overall coke usage. So 1/3 of 1/4 is only 1/12. So it's less than a 10% reduction in coke usage. But you get some free gravel, and it's something to do with it. I wonder if some of these are hard mode additions that they thought, hey, maybe we should put this in the base game too. That's my wondering, because that feels like something that got added for hard mode as a way to use slaked lime in the early game. I honestly might not do it, because the return is not huge of lime, and gravel is something I don't need at all right now. Certainly will have a purpose in the late game. The thing I was thinking about when I said we'll need it eventually is somewhere. Maybe they removed it. This one, sodium hydroxide. Yeah, when you're wanting to make a lot of sodium hydroxide, the slaked lime is a pretty great way to do it. So this is the one I remember basically not having a use for slaked lime until this. But that is not the case anymore. Anyway, off to the Zen Garden we shall go. Also, whatever mod is automatically putting fuel in here is great. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but when I place a car, there's no fuel in it. I get in, still no fuel in it. I start driving. Something put fuel in the fuel slot, and I am a fan of that. That's not a mod, that's default Factorio now? Oh, wonderful. Well, go team Factorio. All right, next is sweet corn whiskey, which I may have to turn into 2 words. Thank you for supporting me on Patreon, Sweetcorn. These are gonna start looking weird though if we cover every single name with them. They're not gonna... Maybe we should just have them evenly spaced. And we'll just go from there. Ooh. Almost worked out perfectly. For now. It also refills your weapons. Yeah, that one I remember happening. Of course, they're imbalanced. At least it's centered. Perfect. Party time. Where we come to relax after a long day's work. All right, well, we'll have to decorate this more over time, but anyway, we'll call that an episode there. As always, thank you all for watching. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments, and we'll see you all in the next episode. All right. Well, let's drive on back. Did I get a screenshot? Can't remember if I did or not. Here's my thing. We did that, and that. Yeah, okay, I got a screenshot. Sweet. I've been stolen! Oh no, speaking of being stolen. Hey, what? Okay, hold on. What happened here? How? What? Why? How? This shouldn't be possible. What's happening? How are tree seeds? This is exactly what I was talking about before. Not being possible. What happened here? Tree seeds shouldn't be able to be back there. Unless they're getting out of order somehow. Oh, it's because I have 2 different crafters. Damn. That's so annoying. So these both need to turn off if... So these are only gonna run if tree seedlings less than 2 or whatever on that piece of belt. Okay. So that should then stop these so that the seedlings are always basically the same amount of spoiled. They might be a couple seconds off from each other. I don't mind that. But what's been happening here is that these ones have been spoiling like a lot because this one is providing all that we're using. And so these are never getting an opportunity to land on the belt. So if I were to just grab... What is... That's what's happening! Okay, you guys are gonna... I haven't mentioned this yet, so you might think I've been going crazy, or maybe you thought you'd been going crazy. Sometimes I've felt like a belt has been backwards. If you press H on a belt, it flips the belt. But I changed my hotkey so that G is now the key that picks up stuff from the belt instead of F. And so I've actually ended up picking up some stuff, you know, from time to time, and I think I've accidentally hit the H key. The limit on the input insert is not necessary because these don't spoil. So I don't think that really makes a difference because the inputs here can be backed up. That's fine. If the inputs also spoiled, I would be agreeing with you that that would be a better place to limit it. But in this case, I don't think it really matters. Because if the building's not running, basically it's just saying we'll always have... the seedlings can spoil in the output slot, but I'm not worried about... They're not going to, because the only way these buildings run is if there's room for the seedlings on the belt. So the seedlings will always end up on the belt at roughly the same time. That's what I care about, is now neither of these buildings are ever going to have seedlings backed up. So they'll always get out on the belt. And they still might spoil on the belt, but if they spoil on the belt, they will be in the correct order, which was the issue we proved a few episodes ago, and you can see it, for the most part, it's true. Like, this is a gradient that only increases in spoil time. And so we broke that gradient by having one building that was blocked and the other building was running. So as long as we make sure that if both buildings can always output onto the belt at relatively the same time, then the spoilage will be a gradient again, or within a few seconds of it. Because it's possible that, like, this one outputs 1, and then this one outputs 1, and that one is... I mean, these have slightly further to go, so the ones coming from this will be slightly more spoiled, but it'll be within a few seconds, so it's not really a problem. Yeah, B. Jonas, I think... I don't mind R rotating a belt. I don't know if I like H flipping a belt. I only use H and V on buildings and blueprints, so I actually wish I could disable it working on belts. I can't think of many scenarios where I would do that, and the scenarios where I would do that would be this, and I would then hit it while I'm holding the blueprint. When would I ever want to highlight a single tile of belt and hit H? I would just hit R twice. So I don't think I would ever actually do that. So I would turn that off if I could. Anyway, I need to be done with the stream now. It's been a great stream. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We've gotten some good work done. Yeah, H and V for flipping inserters is also nice. I use that for inserters, but again, not for belts. I'm not saying I would want to turn it off for buildings. I want to turn it off for belts. Individual belt segments is where I don't care about it. Definitely, I've already used it a lot on building. I mean, these are flipped vertically, for example. Oh, splitters, yes. Also good on splitters. Yeah, the base is looking pretty good, Canyon Hands. I'm proud of this so far. It's better than my standard bases. We only have 6 hours left of iron, which is unfortunate. So we're gonna have to fix that pretty soon. But yeah, the base is feeling pretty good so far. The Zen experience is working. I'm having fun. And so while I say my goodbyes, I will place a little bit more concrete. But yeah, I will probably not be streaming tomorrow, so Thursday or Friday will most likely be a stream. Yeah, see you guys next year. The classic. I haven't seen you since last year, says everybody at work tomorrow, or whatever day you go back to work. What's funny though is I kind of still like it as a joke, even though it's lame, it's overdone, but it's still kind of funny. Or it sounds funny, because it's a true fact. But it does sound funny when you say it. And that's what humor comes from, right? It's unexpected. Hey, Acero, how's it going? Hello, goodbye. Yeah, Happy New Year to all of you. There will definitely be more Factorio in 2025, don't you worry. All right. See y'all later. Head over to the Discord to chat with me and everybody else about Factorio and stuff. Hey, thanks, Sandor. It was a nice end of year stream. It's been a good year, 2024.